Good morning and welcome to the 11th UNSTUCK Conference 2023. Sylvia, when UNSTUCK was beginning 11 years ago, where were you?
Well, Gloria, I must have been starting uni. Yeah. And now it's been maybe like 3 jobs later. So it's a full-grown baby.
I love that. Myself, I was just finishing Form 4.
Wow.
Well, we're excited to have all of you here, and please do let us know where you're joining us from at the chat box section below. This year's theme is Breaking Barriers, Shattering the Limits That Are Holding You Back. My name is Gloria Gadogo, and I'll be your host for today, together with my lovely co-host, Sylvia Mundia.
Thank you, Gloria. So as Gloria has mentioned, our theme this year is Breaking Barriers, and really, barriers are obstacles that stop us from moving or stop us from accessing that which we're supposed to access. So today, our goal is to be able to shatter those barriers and take everything that we were created to take, to be, and all of that. So I urge you to settle in, grab a cup of coffee if you haven't already, get your notebook ready, and let's enjoy this session. I can see from the chat box that we have people streaming in from Kenya, Uganda, South Africa, Geneva, Tanzania. It's so amazing to have people from all over the world. We're excited to have you and have you be part of this conference. Let us know what you're excited about, what you're looking forward to, and keep the conversation going. To get us started, we'll have the national anthem and then followed after by a prayer. Let's pray. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We thank you for gathering us here with expectant hearts to learn, to grow, to be challenged, and to break barriers. We invite your presence. We thank you for your Holy Spirit, and we ask that you faithfully guide us and help us access all you have ordained for us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen and amen. Thank you, Sylvia. And as we dive in, just a few housekeeping mentions. Today's session is being recorded, so we got your back. You can always come back and revisit the content and glean more from the conversations. And also would like to hear from you as we go along. Please share your takeouts, your comments, your feedback as we go along at the chat box section below. And our program today has amazing speakers lined up for us. Sylvia, have you ever seen such a lineup that we have today?
I'm so excited about the panel. I'm so excited about the keynote, about Apostle Andrew's word. I cannot wait for what is going to take place.
Yeah, you can be sure it's a now word.
Yes.
So do stay tuned in, not to miss out. And our event hashtag is Breaking Barriers. So do please, on the various social media platforms, use the hashtag Breaking Barriers and let people know about the conversation.
Certainly. Take it online, start now by sharing your expectations, share the hashtag, share some pictures of what you're having as you're getting ready and all of that. The UNSTUCK conference was started 11 years ago, that's in 2012. And this convention brings together marketplace leaders with the aim of equipping you, because you're here, you're the marketplace leader, equipping you with the necessary tools and knowledge to get you unstuck and to inspire movement in your leadership journey. The conference is held annually in August, and it's convened by the Kingdom Business Solutions, a faith-based organization that seeks to influence and impact the culture of the marketplace through different platforms. This organization was started and founded by Apostle Angie Murenga, and she's also the convener of this conference. Gloria, I'd like to ask you, what would you say, how would you describe Apostle Angie?
Well, can words truly fit how to explain Apostle Angie? Surely. But if I was to put it in my own words, she's a visionary leader who has broken barriers in her life and also enabled others to break barriers in their lives. And Sylvia, I know you can testify to that.
Absolutely.
And so can I. She's one woman who has shattered limits in her various areas of calling, as the CEO of Kingdom Business Solutions, as a global ICF certified leadership and life coach, as an ordained minister, a mother, an inspirational speaker, an author, and so much more.
Indeed.
Yes.
A powerhouse. A powerhouse.
To put it simply.
So before we get to hear from Apostle Angie, we'll have some experiences shared by people who've been in the UNSTUCK conference for a number of years. And they tell us what the conference has been and has meant to them.
Hello everyone, my name is Eric Mwangi. I am a husband, a father, a visual artist, and a creative director.
Hey, my name is Shelmith Mugo, a member of the UNSTUCK team.
Hi, my name is Anja Karaoke, serving with the UNSTUCK team.
Wisdom states that we don't have to overcome these barriers by ourselves. Others have gone before us, others have learned, and we can hear from today's panel, what have they done? What kind of strategies have they used to identify and to break the barriers that they have found along their way?
For me, UNSTUCK has been transformational. One of the things I've realized is the importance of a mindset shift because most of the speakers who've come and they've shared about themselves, these are people who've just had normal backgrounds, but they've been able to do a lot in their lives and they've impacted society and the country.
Life is lived in seasons, and so what the UNSTUCK conference has done for me is given me the wind to my sails to be able to propel me to the next, to my next.
So I'm very excited, I'm eager to learn, and most importantly, eager to apply what I learn so that I can get unstuck in various areas, specifically in the areas of family, career progression, and purpose.
From this year's conference, I expect to learn more nuggets about how I can break barriers, especially professionally.
Looking at this year's theme of the UNSTUCK conference of breaking barriers, I'm looking forward to nuggets, not only to break barriers, the barriers that I'm currently facing, but also to shatter the limits.
My name is Eric Mwangi.
And my name is Anja Karaoke.
My name is Shelmith Mugo.
And I'm breaking barriers, and so can you.
Hey everybody, welcome to the UNSTUCK annual conference. It's the 11th conference. Yeah, I'm celebrating myself. 11 conferences. You know, I even forget the numbers. So when they remind me, I'm like, wow. And this year, the theme is breaking barriers. And I really love that theme of breaking barriers because we really have to break them. And it's just been amazing. Actually, when I was preparing, there's so many barriers which I feel that I have broken, but I couldn't get them all in here. So you'll have to follow me on my different social media platforms, including the Just Angie platform, just to hear and to hear the stories and to be able to share the journey. So breaking barriers refers to the act of overcoming obstacles or challenges that prevent us from reaching our goals or full potential. And I really want that to sink in. So the reason we're trying to break barriers is because these barriers have been erected to refuse us to cross over into all that God has ordained for us. It requires courage, perseverance, and resilience. It can also be advocating for change and promoting diversity and inclusivity. And you're going to hear a lot of those conversations today. It can be a challenging but a rewarding process. But as I looked around me, I just sat and I just thought about the world and the world that we live in. Human beings have been breaking barriers throughout this world continuously. If I went to do research just to look at from where the world started and where we are today, even the last 20 years, the last 30 years, is proof that human beings have been overcoming barriers. The world is continuously shifting into new possibilities since the beginning of time due to the breaking of barriers. And what I loved about that was this phrase that I thought, overcoming the seemingly impossible. So these barriers look like they are seemingly impossible, but they're not impossible to cross over. I found this quote by Ronald Reagan, which I really liked. There are no constraints on the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those that we put up ourselves. I found that so, so powerful. And God's word states that we should not call impossible anything. We shouldn't say anything is impossible. But he says, do not call impossible what I call possible. And I wanted to start with a question, because as I researched on the subject, on how you overcome barriers, they said first you have to identify them. And so I wanted to ask you, what are you calling impossible? What are you calling impossible? What are your supposed barriers and limitations? Because I want you to call them out. I want you even to write them down. I want you to do it without overthinking. No analysis paralysis. Just jot down, what is it that you feel are barriers? List them down. And right next to them, I'd like you to write, why do you think they're impossible? What makes you come to that conclusion? And then later, I want you to find reasons, including scripture, that counter the impossibility. Because I love God's word. In God's word, there is everything. There is everything. I always say every situation is in the Bible, including Hosea. I always say, Hosea is in the Bible for a reason. So you can find, I want you to write down what you think is impossible, why you think it's impossible, and then I want you to find scripture and reasons that say it is actually possible. Because if you look at the stories that people share, the success stories, the stories that our panelists are going to share, our keynote speakers are going to share, people have overcome a lot of things. And so I always say, and that's why we had this, I felt breaking barriers was such a great theme, because if other people have done it, then you can do it. And that is the bottom line. If other people can do it, then you can. I'm just thinking, even as I move on, how there's the gentleman who has no hands and no legs, and I think he got married, and he swims, and he goes around and he gives talks. Some of us just want to stop at the place of I was born without hands and feet, but they are able to cross through amazing, seemingly insurmountable obstacles and get things done. And then I also want you to write down what steps are you going to begin to take to make a move, because movement is important. The only way you can break a barrier is by movement. So you need to think about what steps. And sometimes when I say what steps, people write 10 steps. Don't write 10 steps. Write 2 or 3 steps, or even 1 step, just 1 step, one thing that I need to do that's going to move me past this barrier, or even make me face this barrier and give me the energy that I need to say, I can cross this barrier. I have heard these truths from renowned world leaders over and over again. Change your mind about yourself and change your mind about what's possible. I'm going to say that again. Change your mind about yourself and change your mind about what's possible. And I really want to challenge you today to do the same. Change your mind. Where does the mind need to bring change? Where do I need to have a mindset change, a shift in thinking? What do I need to change my mind about? And what about me and what I can achieve? So really about you and about what you can achieve. If others have broken through these barriers, so can you. And I wanted to say it's that simple. It's that simple. It's not complicated, so don't complicate it. I love that the COVID-19 pandemic brought out so many impossibilities. It crystallized ideas that people had. They used to wonder, how will we work from home? People are now working from home. It just came in. It was like, boom, ready or not, here I come. It changed how we communicate, how we live, how we shop, how we eat, how we travel, and even how we play. It gave us access to digitization at different levels, you know, and our smartphones and our laptops became the epicenter of our lives. A lot of change happened, and it happened very fast in all areas of life, suddenly and without warning. The world was forced to break down barriers that they thought and the world thought they were truths forever. And I want you to reflect on that. The COVID-19 pandemic forced the world to break down barriers that they thought these barriers were here with us forever. I mean, I cannot even imagine how we used to sit in traffic for hours. That one just shocks me. It's crazy. We used to do it 5 days a week. Sit in traffic in the morning, sit in traffic in the evening. Now there are options. People can go to work for two days a week. You know, they can. There are people. A lot of people are working virtually and working remotely. It just had to happen suddenly. And I feel like if we allow ourselves to get past these barriers that we have put up for ourselves, then we'll step into seasons of suddenlies, of quantum leaps, and of sudden, very fast, rapid change. If only we agree that we need to get past this barrier. Much like vision, we need to break barriers into smaller, manageable steps that can be accomplished incrementally, providing us with a roadmap of the direction and the process that will keep us motivated. And that's why vision boards are important, even as you're breaking barriers, as you've listed them, identified them, sort of thought through, reflected through, how can I get past these barriers, looked at books, and people have written books. I'm always encouraged that my late dad, I remember around the time that he had an accident and he got paralyzed. Him now, we can just have 3 hours of how he has broken barriers. So he got paralyzed, and around the same time, there was a young lady, I think called Joni, and she even wrote a book. She wrote a book because I think she was 18 or 17 when she became paralyzed. And I think hers is worse because it's also her hands. And she was diving into a pool of water and she didn't know there was a rock, and that was that. But she's such an encourager, you know? And that was good because she wrote her book, told her story, and it also encouraged my dad. And then my dad wrote his story as well, and it encourages other people. Because disability, just like that, you know, sudden changes like those are really barriers that people need to overcome. You're faced with so many barriers. You're faced with the barrier you can't move. You're faced with, I mean, really, I'm not going to be able to get up and stand again from this wheelchair. And my dad lived for 45 years on that wheelchair and accomplished a lot of things, broke very many barriers, which he just didn't allow the crowd to speak to him. When I think about it now, there are so many questions that I wanted to ask him, like, really, how did you do this? But I remember I watched one interview he had done on a radio station or a TV station, and he had said that his greatest, the thing that he missed the most was having to rely on other people to move him around and to do stuff. But so there are barriers. So the whole idea is that even when you've broken a barrier, write a book about it, or just go into the internet. You'll find people have broken the most amazing barriers and they have overcome them. And like I said, if they have, you can too. To break barriers, you need to build consistency, you need to build resilience in your life, and a can-do attitude to continue breaking barriers. Refuse to be broken and bounce back as quickly as possible. I remember in the hospital, again, referring to my late dad, one doctor who said, Mr. Morenga, we've done everything that we can for you. Now, whether you live or die is absolutely up to you. And, you know, that statement just keeps coming through my spirit. And I think it kept coming through my dad's spirit. Like, now it's up to you. So we could actually even say, breaking these barriers, it's really up to you. You need to make a decision. You need to decide what you're going to do. You need to refuse to be broken. You need to bounce back as quickly as possible from whatever is trying to hold you back. You need to build consistency. You need to build resilience. And you need to build a can-do attitude. View challenges as opportunities for growth rather than insurmountable circumstances and obstacles. You know, I remember my late dad, I didn't think this was going to be about him a lot today, but he was 8 years, he was an MD of an insurance organization, and he went back for another 8 years. So 8 walking and 8 on a wheelchair. You know, and that was just a decision. He could have viewed that as an obstacle. He could have said, I'm not going to go back. This wheelchair now has left me. How am I going to possibly go back? But he went back. So you overcome insurmountable obstacles. You've got to do away with doubt. And you've always got to look at a situation and figure how to get past it. So you can't let situations stop you. You have to look and say, okay, this is the situation. How am I going to get past it? And you must get past it. Find your community, your tribe, and like-minded people who are breaking barriers themselves. Where are your people found? Find them and become one with them. You've got to engage effective accountability, mentorship, support, and coaching, or either or. There's got to be, how we get past barriers is by creating accountability. You know, sometimes when we want to do something, we don't want to tell people because we might fail at it. So accountability means somebody knows. Somebody else knows that this is what I want to do. When you get to a coach as well, the coach listens, they ask you questions, then you put in timelines, and that becomes your accountability structure. Mentorship is important. What kind of support do you need? But make sure that it's effective. Celebrate your wins and acknowledge them. I remember an organization I used to work with, I can't remember which years, but it was an organization where I felt like I broke many barriers in that organization. So when I went in, first of all, they didn't have a budget for marketing. And so I created the budget and I went and presented it. And everybody told me, you're not going to get a single shilling. Well, I did. I presented the budget and I got what I needed. And I remember they said from the first time since I don't know which year, there were billboards, there was a whole marketing strategy, a campaign with money behind it, and we were able to do it. But what if I just sat and agreed with everyone that that was not going to happen? You know, I broke some, I remember even this celebrating wins. I used to love celebrating wins with the team, whether they were big, whether they were small. We celebrated every win. We had some nyama choma, we celebrated that, we celebrated each other, and it built a lot of confidence and helped us to break a lot of barriers in the place that I was working. Share your story and experiences with others to inspire and empower them to break their own barriers, which is what I'm doing here today, and this is what the panelists and the speakers are going to come and share with you. This is what our speakers and panelists, they're going to do today. They're going to come and share their stories, and I've shared a few of mine so that you can get inspired and overcome your own barriers. And I remember even when I was thinking through why we're doing breaking barriers, is to inspire others. We want you to break your own barriers. We want you to shatter your own limitations and say, no, this is not going to happen. I am going to do this. And another thing is get over yourself. Get over yourself. Get out of your comfort zone. There's no other way that you're going to break barriers. This is the only way. Another story, short one. Being a woman in ministry with a focus on the marketplace has been a place of overcoming barriers for myself. Co-parenting our daughter, another place. We had to overcome so many barriers. We had to think through, what are we doing? Our own marriage has failed, but now we have to raise this child as the next generation. Holding all the events that we hold, multiple barriers, you know? Women rising, men impacting differently, the UNSTUCK annual conference, which is what you're watching right now, and the UNSTUCK masterclasses, the Thanksgiving and Reflection Retreat, the KBS youth projects, you know, providing for people, rent, education, food, capital to start businesses, and so on. Running the Purpose and Leadership Forum for 10 years, breaking out into Uganda, into Tanzania, has been about breaking barriers. Hosting Just Angie on the digital platform on Facebook and on YouTube. Wow. I even wrote a huge barrier broken and overcome. And as one leader said it, a woman closer to 60 years old with a social media presence. If I can do it, you can do it. Get over yourself. Do what God is asking you to do. Africa has been home to numerous individuals who have broken barriers. They've made significant contributions in their various fields. I wanted to start with my late dad, John Morenga. He did a lot. He did a lot. He did a lot living on a wheelchair. He accomplished a lot that even people who are completely able were not able to do. And that has always been my motivating factor. So I will continuously always quote him. And if it's breaking barriers, shattering limits, he definitely did it. But here are a few notable examples. Nelson Mandela, we fondly remember this man, the South African anti-apartheid revolutionary and politician who played a pivotal role in dismantling apartheid and advocating for racial equality. He became the first Black president of South Africa, symbolizing the triumph of justice and reconciliation. Wangari Maathai. She was a Kenyan environmentalist and political activist. She became the first African woman to receive the Nobel Peace Prize in 2004 for her efforts in promoting sustainable development, democracy, and women's rights through her organization, the Green Belt Movement. Ellen Johnson Sirleaf from Liberia. She was the first female head of state in Africa. She served as the president of Liberia from 2006 to 2018, and I love that she played a crucial role in rebuilding the country after years of civil war and promoting gender equality. Aliko Dangote, a Nigerian business magnate, is one of Africa's most successful entrepreneurs. Eliud Kipchoge and many athletes from Kenya and Africa have broken many world records. Lupita Nyong'o, Trevor Noah, and other African men and women impacting the media, art, and entertainment sphere and breaking barriers. Every woman, man, and youth who live below the poverty line on the continent of Africa, who must overcome barriers every day, and they do. Every person trying their best to get out of the cycle of poverty, a cycle of lack of opportunities and education, and making it. Look around you at the success stories and the incredible human beings doing their best to make a difference and overcome every barrier placed before them and act. Closer home, our keynote speakers and panelists have all broken barriers. Many of our parents who came from abject poverty and created wealth and opportunities. In Kenya, I found that 2 women changed the face of public libraries. There was a female engineer who led a team of engineers in converting a passenger plane, Boeing 787, into a cargo plane. The tremendous strides every day made in empowering people from all walks of life. The political barriers which have been broken by women in Kenya in the elective process, breaking so many barriers. The Obamas, becoming the first Black president and the first Black First Lady of the United States with the slogan, "Yes, you can." And yes, they did. Absolutely amazing. Oprah Winfrey. She was born to a single mother, grown up in extreme poverty, inexperienced. She was told she was not right for TV, but hosted for years the most successful daytime talk show ever that was named after her. What have people been telling you? What have they been telling you? Listen to all these people. Be encouraged. Look for them. Africa, Europe, America. Look for people who have done things. They've overcome barriers that were continuously placed before them, and so can you. You can't talk about barriers without talking about foundations, because you must set foundations that others can build on. This is very critical. There must be a foundation. You know, when God refers to himself, he always says, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So God is a God of generations, but he's also a God of foundations. So foundations are important. And it could be that you're the one who has been called to set that foundation. There's no need in looking back and saying, oh, nobody set the foundation. You're here. Set the foundation. As I was presenting this, as I was preparing this, I felt also to give us a bit of a warning that we're in this world for a very short time. And as you journey through life figuring out what to do, know this, that your days are numbered. It's in the Bible. David said, teach me to number my days. So know that your days are numbers. But you were created for and with purpose, to execute an assignment only you can do. You were and are created to lay a foundation that others can build on, so that God can say you're the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You can put all the names that align. You can put your grandparents' name, your name, and the name of your children. God is wanting a foundation to be created by someone. Our scripture for this year's UNSTUCK 2023 is Micah 2:13. But if you start with the title, I love that in the NIV it says, deliverance promised. Then it talks of being gathered in a pen together as a remnant, a place of equipping and preparation, which reminds me of Ephesians 4:11-16. And then one. I wish I had a capital one. One person leads out the others. And that's what I'm saying. In terms of this overcoming barrier situation and breaking barriers and shattering limitations, one. One person has to lead them and the others follow. So I know that there's something that God is asking you to overcome. He's saying you have to get past this barrier. And it's not about a crowd. You know, sometimes when you're equipping leaders and God gives an instruction to one person, usually they go and get 5 other people to do it. Let's just say a very simple one for me is, I want you to start taking a walk every day in the evening. Now, instead of you engaging and going to take the walk, oh my goodness, You start a council meeting. You collect now everyone who has to go. Then you won't go walk because they are not walking. Who was giving the instruction? You. In this whole pen, I love it that one breaks them out, one leads them out, and the others follow. As soon as the barriers are broken, others follow. And I want you to put that in your heart. As soon as the barrier is broken, others follow. And I sense for many of us, it's a season of being led out and past all the barriers and limitations that have been set for us and we have set for ourselves. I'm just reminded that when I teach the PLF course, there's a place where I say, you know, it's like God opens doors. And then when he opens the door, now we stand on the other side of this door with our amazing, colorful PowerPoint presentations about the what ifs. So now the door is open, but you're not going to step over the threshold. I know I'm speaking to somebody out there. You just don't want to step past that door. Now you want to look at the door, it's open, and now try to figure out, one, is it a trick? Two, can I really do it? And maybe it's something you've been praying for so long. Then when it's finally here, hey, analysis, paralysis, PowerPoint presentations, what ifs, now God, you have to do something else so that I know this is really you. Please, get past the barriers, get past the limitation, get over yourself, and allow others to follow you out of this place, and especially generations that you're in. We found ourselves in a Joshua season, a time when walls and barriers and limitations must give way. There's no discussion about it. What you need to do is ask for the strategy, execute with haste, and move. Ask for the strategy, execute with haste, and move. And today I want you to say, here I am, Lord, use me. Today I choose to get over myself and to engage fully with all the new things and new possibilities that can be my life. I choose to step past the real and imagined barriers and be who you have called me to be by taking steps every day towards your vision and your purpose for me. Welcome to the annual UNSTUCK conference on breaking barriers. Enjoy the conversations. God bless you. Our first keynote speaker is Peter Jonjo. Peter Jonjo is an established entrepreneur and investor, currently based in Kenya. He is co-founder and group CEO of Twiga Foods, a business-to-business e-commerce company that focuses on food and grocery in informal retail. Twiga currently employs over 1,000 people and has 150,000 customers, delivering to about 13,000 people every day. The company was voted as the 35th most innovative company globally by Fast Company, selected as a technology pioneer by the World Economic Forum, both in 2020, and nominated as one of Time 100 most influential companies in 2022. Prior to taking up his current role, Peter spent 21 years with the Coca-Cola Company, with his last role being president of the West and Central Africa Business Unit, made up of 33 countries based in Lagos, Nigeria. Previously, Peter Jonjo also led the Coca-Cola business in East Africa, overseeing 6 countries, including Kenya. He was the president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Kenya, a director of the American Business Council in Nigeria, and has been voted among the top 100 young leaders in Africa by Forbes Afrique and top 40 under 40 by the Business Daily in Kenya. He currently serves on the boards of Junior Achievement Globally, Coca-Cola Beverages Africa, Food for Education, Vivo Activewear, and chairman of the YPO chapter in Nairobi. He's a native of Kenya. He holds a Master's of Business Administration in Strategic Management, a Bachelor of Science degree in International Business Administration from the United States International University in Kenya, and an executive leadership program from the Harvard Business School. He's also a certified public accountant. Karibu sana, Peter.
Good morning. Hi, my name is Peter Njonjo. I'm CEO and co-founder of Trigger Foods. And I'll start by sharing a little bit about myself. So I did most of my schooling in Kenya. I worked for the Coca-Cola company for 21 years. I was CEO for the business here in East Africa for 6 years. And then I was president for West and Central Africa for 3 years. I ran about 33 countries across Africa. And I was part of the global operational leadership team for the Coca-Cola company. In 2019, I made a decision to transition and run my own business, which I started in 2013, and that is Trigger Foods. And it has been an amazing journey to get to this point. And I want to share with you some 4 key lessons that I have learned in this journey. And what I found is that by staying true to this, it really helps me even when I'm looking at a new business, a new opportunity. It really helps me figure out, how do I break that barrier? How do I transcend and actually make myself relevant in a world that is increasingly competitive? So the first thing that I found to be very, very important is the ability to visualize where you want to go. And that is extremely important. And the reason why I talk about visualization is because once you open up your mind to a destination that you want to move to, the thing is that the mind has its own eyes that starts seeing opportunities in the world in a very, very different way. I normally joke that, when I was slightly young, I still consider myself young. I'm just turning 47 this year. I still consider myself young. And I remember the first time I was buying my own car. And I had looked at this Golf, and when we were growing up, the VW Golf was actually a very, very aspirational vehicle. And when I started looking at the Golf, and I was thinking, maybe I need to get a gray one. And what was amazing is that after I set my mind to acquiring that Golf, something amazingly happened. I started seeing a lot more Golfs in Nairobi. And I started asking myself, were these Golfs always there? Or is it that now that I have set myself to buying one, I'm starting to see more of them? And that starts telling you how the mind operates. Once you create an awareness about a destination that you want to move to, you then start seeing patterns. You start seeing things connecting with each other. And that starts helping you visualize better in terms of where do I want to go? What are some of the things that I need to start doing? What are some of the opportunities that are coming through? And I'll give you another example that is very pertinent to this. In Twiga, we were doing some analysis some time back, and we realized something very interesting. We realized that consumers in Kenya are actually not growing wealthier. When you look at household incomes, what we realize is that household incomes, when you think about it in nominal terms, that is, for example, shilling for shilling, there was a slight increase on a year-on-year basis. But when you adjust for inflation, people were actually having declining incomes. It means that people were actually struggling to buy what they bought last year, on average. There's, of course, people who are doing well. There are people who are not doing too well. But when you look at everything on aggregate, this is where the data was heading. And one thing that we ask ourselves is that if consumers are going through this, how should we think about our business? And we came up with a brand of maize flour. And this brand of maize flour, we tried to figure out how do we make it cheaper by removing everybody on the value chain and selling it to consumers at a much, much lower price and zero advertising. Because the analysis that we came through is to then say that, we believe, and this is where I want to call out, we believe that if people are more stressed in terms of their incomes, they will care less about brands when it comes to certain commodities. And that formed to be true. Today, when I look at that maize flour brand, it's one of our biggest in our portfolio today. And that tells you that, the ability to visualize is extremely important. Now, the second thing that I want to bring to life is starting small and then having a vision of how you build yourself to where you want to get to. Why is starting small so important? It is important because as we grow up, our upbringing, our experiences make us have biases. And those biases sometimes color the world, color the way we see the world, right? And I'll tell you what, you can have two people who grew up in the same house, having different experiences, but when they're presented with an opportunity, they see it in different ways. And it's not to say that they're wrong. It's to say that sometimes when we look at the world, we look at the world using our biases, our experiences, what has made us to this point. Now, when you're starting a business or when you're thinking about an opportunity, it is important for you to start small so that you can shed off your biases and align yourself to what the consumer wants. And that is extremely important. And what happens is that, and normally there is a path that many businesses go through, especially in the early days. And having the wisdom to start small helps you work through that journey. So when you start an idea very confident. You're like, you know what, I have this business plan, I have it all figured out, and everything is gonna work out fine. And then your business plan starts to meet the real world. And then some things work, some things don't work. But in the initial stage, what doesn't work is more than what works. And you start losing your confidence. And you start wondering, you know, is it that my business idea was wrong? Is it that I had not figured out what needed to get done? And you continue doing that, but every time you fail, you're iterating, you're trying to figure out, what can I do different? What can I tweak here? And the thing is that then, sometimes you hit ground zero and you continue digging. And when you hit ground zero and you continue digging, sometimes that space is called the trough of sorrow, where you're really, really in the trenches and you're trying to figure out, will I ever get out of this? And the funny thing is that many businesses don't get out of that because the entrepreneur at that point gives up. So, and that's a point where, you're kind of working, some things work, some things don't work. But the thing is that what starts working is more than what doesn't work. And then slowly you get out of that. And by the time you get out of a trough of sorrow, you figured out, this is what my consumer needs. This is what my customer needs. And now I've adjusted my business to meet that need. And at that point, you've shed off your biases about how you see the opportunity. And now you're focused on, this is how the customer sees the opportunity. This is where the real value lies. And being able to transition through that is very important. And this lesson applies to anything that you want to do in life, where you have to shed off your biases and get to a point where you understand how the world works. The third piece that I want to bring out is the importance of surrounding yourself with peers, or surrounding yourself with people who actually have the same aspirations. The reason why I think this is important is because, and sometimes I liken it to the old Roman times, when you really think about the gladiators, think about the gladiators in the arena, right? So you're there, you're a gladiator, you have your sword, and the Roman emperor is sending lion after lion, lion after lion. And the person you seek solace with is a person who's standing right next to you holding their sword, saying that, together we shall overcome this. They're having their own battles, you're having your own battles, but you're in the same arena. But while you're in this arena, there's also a second group of people, and those are spectators on the stand. They're not as vested, they're not as committed to the cause as you are. The thing is that they're doing it from the safety of the stands. And the key thing is that sometimes their voice is very, very loud. And they always have a perspective of, that particular lion, you should have dodged to the left, not the right. You should have done this with your sword, not this. But the thing is that, they're not vested. They're sitting there and they're very, very content with how things are going for them. So the key thing is that listening sometimes to people who are not vested, listening to sometimes to people who are not in the arena can discourage you. And sometimes that's why it's really important to figure out, how do I get a group of peers? How do I get people who can encourage me when I'm low? Because the key thing is that, when you set out to distinguish yourself from everybody else, it's a lonely journey. It's not a path that is most taken. And the key thing is that there will be successes and there will be failures. And you need to figure out a way to rebound from those failures. And at that point, you need somebody who will walk with you, who will be vulnerable with you, who will essentially look at you and not see you for who you project yourself to be, to see you for who you really are, your broken self, with your wounds, with your heart, with everything, and say, you know what, I'm going to walk this journey with you. So surrounding yourself with peers is extremely important, because then that's what really encourages you to keep on moving forward. The last bit that I wanted to highlight is measure what matters. At the end of the day, if you're going to move from one point to the next, it is important to understand what is it that I need to measure to tell me whether I'm making progress or not. Irrespective of whatever it is, be it something that you're working on that is of a social nature or a business side of things, you really need to figure out what really matters. You know, what's the one thing that would actually make a difference. And I'll give you an example of something that we were working on some time back. We went to sell an insurance product. You know, as Trigger, we're trying to figure out, you know, what really matters to our customers. And it was an insurance product. And we had a point of view of maybe what really matters to our customers. And what we told our customers is, listen, we are going to insure the product that is in your kiosk, right? If you pay 20 shillings a day, we will ensure that if there's a fire or somebody comes and breaks into your shop, you will not lose your working capital. We will try and protect whatever it is that you have built, only for 20 shillings. So the guy looks at you and asks you, so you want to tell me that if I pay you 20 shillings a day, you will pay me 20,000 when my shop gets broken into? You're like, yes. He's like, you know, so is this some sort of like a game, ni kama sport pesa, or what is it? You know, because the thing is that the concept of insurance is foreign to many people. And we realized that, you know what, we're measuring the wrong thing. So what we said is, okay, we went back and we did a lot of research and we tried to figure out, you know, what's really important to the kiosk owner. And we realized that what's really important to the kiosk owner is how much money do I make every day? And when I'm sick and when I'm not able to come to my shop, can I still make that money? Be it 1,000 shillings or 500 shillings. I want to ensure that I do not break my income. Because the key thing is that when it comes to the shop, most of the goods don't belong to them. Most of the goods are on credit. So the key thing is that, so you're actually solving the wrong problem. So, and learning what to measure has really helped us in terms of getting to understand how we progress with this customer, how we make traction with them. So again, in any situation, remember your biases and shedding off those biases to then understand this is what's really important. And if I measure this and I'm very consistent with it, then I'll actually make some progress. So that is it from me. And I hope at least sharing these 4 points will help you as you start thinking about your journey and how you're going to break your barriers. Thank you.
Wow, well done.
No, thank you. Thank you so much.
That was really, really, really good, Peter. Thank you so, so much for coming.
No, thank you so much for having me.
And sharing with us. So there are a few questions that have come in.
Yeah.
One is, you rose in Coca-Cola from accountant to heading 33 countries in Africa. They're very attentive, these people. What advice will you give someone who is demotivated because they feel that they have stagnated in a job to become visible and grow in their career?
Thank you so much. So one of the things that I did very differently in Coca-Cola is there's a period where I left the company for a year.
Okay.
And and I left to go start a business, and I failed.
The business failed?
Yeah, my business failed. I failed miserably.
I'm so sorry.
And it was a good thing because it was a source of motivation. So, and I remember by the time I was joining Coca-Cola, if I did not join Coca-Cola in another 1.5 months, I would have run out of money. I'd have not been able to pay rent, basically just hit rock bottom. So the thing is that awakened in me something around how do you learn to see an opportunity when you have one? Because sometimes you could be surrounded by opportunity, but the thing is that maybe your mindset or how you view the world is a bit colored. So I am back to the same company that I felt disillusioned by the time I was leaving. But this time when I joined, what I said to myself is, look, I have failed in business, but how do I become a businessman within these 4 walls? How do I use other people's capital to build a business within these 4 walls? And that's the approach that I took. And that shift in mindset, when I went back to Coca-Cola, I came across as very entrepreneurial. I came across as somebody who was very, very business oriented and willing to take risks in the organization. So by the time I was 29, I was a country manager for Kenya.
Well done.
And the key thing is that, and I remember even being country manager for Kenya, Kenya then was not doing very, very well, you know, as a country. And I remember at that time, I was like, you know what is the one thing that I could do that would actually make a difference? And I'm the one who launched Fanta Passion
I love
into
Fanta
Kenya.
Passion.
And the
This
key
is
thing is that
something-
once you get it in, I realized that people like flavors.
Yes.
So, but we pushed it and how aggressive we were, that turned around the performance of a country that was flat for a very, very long time.
That's amazing.
And so many things that we started doing in terms of pushing the envelope.
Yes.
2 years later, I became general manager for East Africa, and managing the 6 countries in this side of the continent. And the key thing is that also kept on pushing myself to say, you know what are some of the things that we can do different? How is it that we can actually look at these opportunities and figure out, is there something that we can make out of it? So not taking it as a job where you just go into an office and there's an 8
Just
to
to do
5.
a job.
It's about how do I move the needle? How do I actually transform this? And I remember the last example I'll give is when I got to Nigeria. And when I got to Nigeria, between the time I accepted my offer to the time I actually moved to Nigeria, the Naira had collapsed by over 100%. It moved from 199 to the dollar to over 500 to the dollar. So, and that is the year we had our best year in Nigeria, when everything was falling apart. And again, it's that whole idea around how do I use this as an opportunity, even when it looks very bleak, to create transformation. And if you take that mindset on, people want to surround themselves with successful people.
Yeah.
People who create success. And that's what helps you progress in an organization, not how well you speak or how well you present yourself, because that will only get you so far.
Yeah.
It's about what are you able to put on the table.
And even how you're able to get the team around you. Because
Exactly.
you see, I think I'm just imagining that even when you went, you know, because you have this changed mindset, that you haven't gone with a mindset of I've given up already.
No.
Because already the Naira has collapsed, everything is what, so you, but the mindset that you came with, I think that's what also draws people. You come with a mindset that's positive and they think, okay, so let's be positive. If he's positive, let's also gather around him and see what we can do.
You have to create the right amount of energy. Energy draws people in.
Yes,
right?
yes, it does.
You know, there are people whom talk and you feel drawn to them. You're like,
Yes.
you know what? Oh my God, I want to spend more time with this person. And there are people when they speak, you kind of feel tired.
Yeah.
And the key thing here is, how do you then communicate that enthusiasm to people who are feeling a lot of despair?
Yes.
And how do you then raise them up to believe in themselves?
Yeah.
Because remember, one of the things that I said is you should be able to visualize success.
Yes, visualize success.
So you can visualize success for yourself, but you also need to help people around you visualize success for themselves, because then you have a critical mass of believers and people who are able to move the nation or move the country or move the company forward.
Yes, and it's amazing because I think from what I've learned from your story also is that when we fail, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's how you pick yourself up from that failure and then move it forward. And then I like the whole idea of your mindset changing and shifting, and then even coming back to the business and having that business perspective, that business lens, even to the business. And I love that you were able to encourage the Nigerians and you were able to do it. And I think people like when you show them you can do something.
Yeah.
Because they'll come and they'll say, okay, we don't know whether we can do this. But your attitude, your mindset, your positivity, your energy gives them an assurance, yes, we can. Let's try. And then you did, and that's amazing. It's amazing. Twiga is all about networks with farmers and vendors, etc. How do you build viable networks and ensure effective agreements? That's a good question.
So the thing is that when I think about networks and effective agreements, what I've always asked myself is to step back and ask myself, what problem am I solving?
Okay.
Because the key thing is that you can build a network, but what is this network supposed to achieve?
To do, yes.
And I'll tell you about a pivot that we had as a company some time back, and that kind of brought a lot of clarity, which I think many people have maybe not sometimes appreciated or felt that maybe we moved away from what we were meant to be doing.
I was going to ask you that question about
So-
that. I don't know I was going to ask that question, but I'd had a bit of murmuring.
Yeah.
Like
So
you left us.
You left us and
I
you
hear
moved
people
on.
say you left us.
So the thing is that, so when we started out, we were a company that was really focused around the smallholder farmer.
Yes.
And around the smallholder farmer was figuring out, how do you provide the smallholder farmer with access to market?
Yes.
How do you help them market their produce? Now, as we were walking that journey, we realized that there is a very small cohort of good smallholder farmers.
Really?
And then there's a long tail of not so good smallholder farmers. So you start having issues of traceability, quality, use of the wrong pesticides. Now, when you're going and talking to a consumer, the consumer doesn't care about the good that you're doing with the smallholder farmers. What they're asking is this product safe for me?
Is it safe for me and my family?
And
This
my
is what
family.
I'm
This is
feeding
what
my
now
family.
I'm feeding my family.
Yes.
Can you vouch for this?
Wow.
And we couldn't.
Wow. That's
So
good. That's
now,
good, Peter.
what happens is,
Amazing.
then we started asking ourselves, what problem are we solving? Are we solving the problem of smallholder farmers? Because if you're solving the problem of smallholder farmers, it means that you're actually solving a problem of sustainable income in rural areas.
Yes.
It is about empowering those farmers and figuring out how you build that. Now, that is a very different business, because then the thing is that you need to get a lot of public money to solve some of these challenges, because those not so good farmers, you have to raise them up in terms of quality. Now, we don't have that type of resource
even,
and the
resource to do
capacity.
that.
So we
Yes.
asked ourselves, what problem do we want to solve? And we said the problem that we want to solve is that of affordability of food in urban areas.
Yes, and good food.
And good food. So if it is about affordability of food in urban areas, then it means that I have to be very efficient in terms of how I procure this food and how I deliver it.
Yep.
So it means that now you start transitioning away from a lot of not so good smallholder farmers and focusing on large commercial farms that are able to give you scale and lower the cost of getting into the market. Because then we realize that the country is fast urbanizing.
Yes.
You know, the rate of urbanization
it's
is two
very-
times
it's very
the
high.
rate of population growth. And when I talk about urbanization, it's not just in Nairobi. You go to Kisumu, suburbs are growing. You go to Kakamega, suburbs are growing. Kisii, suburbs are growing. People are moving away from their farms into those
the
cities. So when you look at that, then the key thing is that we need to start figuring out how to feed the population in the urban cities. If we do not figure how to do that and do it affordably, then what will end up happening is that you'll have a crisis in your hands. Look at the current situation. Everybody's talking about affordability of food.
That's true.
Right now, no one's saying that, you know, we need it to come from smallholder farmers, we need it to come from
just
here.
need to afford it.
We
to
need
be able to
affordable
have
food.
it.
So we then now need to figure out, how do you solve that problem? And that problem will be solved in a very different way from how we've actually operated in the past.
smallholder
So that new thinking is required to solve some of these problems. And that's where we're heading as Twiga, to then say that, look, I think we need a very different business model to solve this equation. And that's why, for example, we experimented and set up our own farm
Farms,
to then
yes,
say,
which is good.
you know what,
Let's see.
if we have our farm and we're trying to produce this, are we able to lower the cost of food? Of course, that's a huge risk that you're taking. There's a lot of challenges associated with that, but you have to try and figure out, you know, how do you solve that problem? And unless we have a new model of working, then it's going to be very, very difficult for us to solve some of the challenges that we have.
But I'm grateful that you're trying to solve the problem. So
Yeah.
that's good. So we're going to see also what comes out of this. I think that's another thing that you're saying. But in the meantime, people are employed, because I know that
Exactly.
people are employed. So they're able to feed their families. So
Exactly.
there's a bit of a win here. And then we're going to see what the final outcome is.
And the other thing that we also don't mention is that consumers in Kenya are spending close to 60% on average of their disposable income on food.
That's a big number.
That means that in this tough time, there's a significant part of the population that has dropped one meal just to survive. So, and that's the piece that we do not see.
That's a piece. We definitely don't see that.
You know, we don't see that piece, because you see, the thing is that when you look at Kenya, there's a small cohort of people who live a very fast wild life. They will go to the mall, they will go to restaurants, they will go to all these places, and they don't feel the pressure
They
of
don't
food.
even, because they're not even around those people, so they don't feel the
You
pressure.
don't feel the pressure.
Then they're continuing with their thing. But
Exactly.
people on the ground here now.
But bulk of the consumers in the country
dropped a meal.
are struggling. So, and the key thing is that, and it's not about the availability of food, it is about the affordability of food. Because then when food is not affordable, then I decide, do I then have that extra meal? I mean, I'm part of, I'm on the board of Food for Education, and recently the president went and opened the program that was run by the Nairobi County. And you can imagine now with Food for Education, and one of the things that we do as Twiga is that we actually donate some of the food that actually goes into the kitchens. But when you look at what we are doing there now, parents in Nairobi can pay 5 shillings per child, and that actually increases enrollment in schools. So think about it. If you get a meal, and now you're having more children going to school, and you can tell the impact that food has just in terms of capacity building, social well-being, and even ability for kids to actually go to school.
And then also helps the parent in this affordability as we sort it out. Right now they can have that one meal because the children are having another meal in school. So it's really helping. I really pray that you're able to sort out this problem. And I think you will. I think
we will figure it out.
You'll figure it out. You will figure it out. Do you think, that's just me thinking before I go to this question, but do you think that your experience with Coca-Cola helped you now in what you're doing now?
It did to a great extent, because the key thing is that when it comes to distribution, we figured out a lot of that. But the second thing also is just in terms of being able to articulate a problem and find a solution. Because the key thing is that, one of the things that you learn, especially working in big corporates, is that you need to be able to put your thoughts in a strategy and share it in an effective way. And that helps with so many things, including fundraising and bringing the right type of people around the table.
So even from what you're saying, it would be good for people to gain some sort of experience at work, because that experience, because we have a lot of people who want to go just and be entrepreneurs directly, but there's this experience. You need this experience. How do companies run? How do you begin to think like that? How do you become a problem solver? So I love it. What biases have you had to break in building Twiga, and how do you practically go through the trough of sorrow? I wanted to ask that as well. How do people, somebody right now, so those are 2 questions. One, somebody right now is in that trough of sorrow. How do they stop digging, continue digging? And then what biases did you have to build?
So that's a good question. So, and I'll go back to when we started Twiga. The plan that I had was buy stuff from the farmers, do it effectively, then sell it in Marikiti.
Wow, Marikiti.
Yeah, because the thing is that by doing that, I can sell a whole truck. I don't need to sell to small scale farmers.
And then also, because you buy it from these other farmers, they're also happy they get a market.
They get a market. So the key thing is that for me, it makes it easy.
It makes sense for them as well.
So I just go to Marikiti and I sell a whole product. It's easy, it's low cost, and that makes sense. And the thing is that, the funny thing is that when you go to Marikiti, now you meet the real brokers.
I love Marikiti.
So
you dealing with brokers. I used to go shop for my restaurant. I loved going to Marikiti. It's just a vibe and an experience.
So, but the thing is that now there you meet the brokers, and they all have nicknames. No one uses their real name. They're called Kababa, they're called Murefu. So everybody is in this space. And we never made any money in Marikiti.
Again, what?
We were the brokers are the only guys who make money in that market. Oh my
goodness.
And it's one thing after the other, one issue after the other.
They bring issues. Do they raise issues every day? What is that?
So you bring a whole truck, which looks good, and then they tell you that there was a lot of poor quality product.
No, I can't believe these people.
So we really suffered. And I was...
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I'm laughing at you, but I'm just because they're always one up on everyone else. Okay.
And we just kept on losing money. And I'm asking, how do we fix this? Now, if and that time we were in our trough of sorrow, because now I've spent so much money and I can't figure out how to get this thing going. So, and I remember one time I sat with my co-founder Grant, and we said, okay, fine. Now what do we do? We're bleeding money here. We need to look at other options. So we decided, do we then go and look at smaller markets? So we went to Mudurwa, we went to Toy Market, and trying to sell, and it was the same story. And then one day I remember I told Grant, listen, why don't we do this? You have this car, just put a few bananas in the back of your boot, and let's see if you can go sell.
Oh, really?
And our first salesperson was actually a lady who worked for a veterinary clinic. And I asked her, what have you ever sold in life before? Show me I've sold dawa ya minyo for dogs and all that. I said, okay, at least you've sold something.
This is amazing.
Come, you'll be our first salesperson.
Yeah.
So she went in the car with Grant, and Grant now is a Muzungu from
I
Texas.
know, somebody how are you bringing the Mzungu from Texas to sell bananas from his booth? He has stories, he has to write a book. Tell Grant he has to write a book.
So he went to the market, then he calls me excited from the market. He's like, we sold everything at a
All
profit.
the bananas at a profit.
Yeah, so I was like, how did you guys do that? So it's like, it's amazing that in the kiosk, the price is much, much higher than the market that is just a few meters away. And I was like, okay, I don't understand what's going on, but if this phenomenon exists, let's just start doing that. And that's how we started getting out
And you
of our
started
trap
selling
of
the
sorrow.
bananas. I love those
Exactly.
bananas. I was like, this concept is very serious.
Yeah,
Hey.
so and that's how we got out of our trap of sorrow.
Okay.
Because at that point, we're trying to figure out, is there a business model in all this madness? Is there a pattern that we can then say is scalable? And that's what we're able to figure out. So, and that's what it took. It took different iterations. You know, if we didn't go to Marikiti, if we didn't go to Toy Market, if we didn't go to Mudhurwa, we'd never have appreciated that there is a market out there and this is a problem that you're trying to solve. Because then it helps you really understand this is the problem, this is the solution I'm providing, and it is defensible and it is sustainable.
Wow. But let me ask, and you may want to answer or not. But so now, when you're producing your own food, do you still come to the same markets to sell the product, or do you create your own markets?
No, we now sell it straight to the retailers.
Straight to the retailers. So
Straight
you've
to the
cut out the
retailers.
middleman as well,
Yeah.
and the broker
Yeah.
with his complaints.
Yeah.
You have done well. I love it. I love the story of the bananas. That's how we say our banana story. I'm
Yeah.
very happy. Last question. With the rate of inflation, recession, and dynamism, with technology, what advice would you give entrepreneurs who are struggling to keep afloat and break these circumventing barriers?
So I think the first thing is, as I mentioned, my second point in the story,
Yes.
the points that I shared, is surround yourself with peers.
Yeah.
That is very
Collaborators.
important, you know, because the key thing is that when you surround yourself with peers, you also learn from each other.
Yes.
In terms of, you know, what are you doing different? How do you overcome this problem? And that's one thing I have learned over the years. So be it in the industry that I am, I maintain close networks. Of entrepreneurs everywhere else in the world, I maintain close networks because the thing is that you're always learning something about
From
how people
somebody
are
else.
solving problems. And the key thing also is the world is having a dislocation right in front of our eyes right now. And what is going to be very profound is what made you successful in the last 5 will not be the same thing that makes you successful in the next 5. So the key thing is that what are we learning from what's happening right now? So when I look at it right now, let's talk about consumers. Governments won't be able to borrow money the way they were borrowing previously, internationally at least, right? So which means that the only source of revenue will either be tax or local borrowing, right? So, and we're already seeing that pain coming through. And by the way, this pain is replicated across many other countries on the continent.
Yes.
So which means that consumers will have less disposable income, which means that they will be struggling to afford luxuries. So if you're looking at that type of consumer, then what is it that you need to do to actually figure out how to make your product accessible, affordable, and relevant to them?
Yeah.
Remember, the Empire State Building was built after the Great Depression.
So
in
after Great
1933.
Depressions, after the trough of sorrow,
That's when you had all those things coming through. So the key thing is that even when things look very bleak, there's new opportunities coming up because there are people who are stumbling, there are people who are not able to figure this out, and there are consumers who are being left underserved. So how do you access those consumers and ensure that you can continue giving them a value proposition that makes sense for them? So that's how I would look at it. Always look at how is my end consumer being impacted by all these changes?
Yeah.
And at the same time, I need to ensure that I keep close to my peers so that even during this period, I can remain encouraged and I can remain focused on what it is that I need to deliver.
Yeah, because I'm also thinking like at least you had Grant to talk to. Can you imagine if you were in all that problem and you're all alone, you know, trying there to figure it out?
It's
at least you
tough.
went to Grant and said, okay, what do we do? There
Yeah.
were two of you now to try to figure it out. I think there's always encouragement when there's somebody else we can refer to that we're going through this together. And then collaborations and partnerships are extremely important, I think,
Exactly.
in any season. And what I've picked up lastly is you have to know what the consumer wants. You cannot imagine what the consumer wants. And that's a really good point, because sometimes we're up there, just going about our business, but our product is going to Vitukwa ground. What's
So
going on
who's
the
buying-
ground?
Who's buying this thing?
product?
Why are they buying it?
And what do they want?
Exactly.
Because you see, even the kiosk guy gave you wisdom. He said, you're showing my product, the product is not mine. Me, I want to know, will I have an income
Will I
even
have
when
an
I'm
income
sick?
on a daily basis
Yes,
when I'm sick?
but that's talking to them.
Yeah.
So I think there's also a way that we need to talk to the consumer. Whatever it is that we're offering, let's go to the consumer. And instead of getting stuck, go and speak to that consumer. Go find the person who's consuming your product, ask them the right questions, and then provide the right product for them.
Exactly.
I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Peter Jonjo, and thank
You're
you for
welcome.
your amazing wisdom. So many things are going through my head. I wonder whether the business that you left, whether somebody else can pick it up, how we scale this, how more people even do this. But thank you so much. Thank you
You're
for
welcome.
offering us your wisdom. We are learning, we're growing, and we're getting unstuck.
Asante sana. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. God bless you greatly.
Asante sana.
Thank you so much.
All right.
What an amazing, amazing session we've had with Peter Njonjo. He's absolutely inspirational, aspirational. I don't even have the words to describe it.
And that's just to say the least.
It was mind-blowing. And it was so practical, very practical steps that you can apply in your day-to-day life. My biggest takeout was on the bias, that when you engage a vocation or a project or something that you intend to do, you approach it with your own bias. You have ideas of how it should go, how it should look like. But when you get into it, it speaks back to you, and you need to be able to adjust your conditions, break the he called it breaking off the biases, shedding off biases, to shed off the biases and align to what the consumer is saying. And in this case, the consumer, if you're in business, that could be your consumer. If you're doing any other project, it's the person who's receiving what it is that you're offering, the recipient of your solution. So that really, really got me thinking. How about you, Gloria?
Thank you, Sylvia. My greatest takeout was about learning how to measure what matters. At so many times in life, and I can say to myself, where we're just doing things that actually don't matter. But if we don't put measures in it, we won't know whether we're making progress. We'll just be there going around in circles. And this is the UNSTUCK conference. So that point is surely to make you get unstuck.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. Please let us know in the chat box what your greatest takeout was, and continue the conversation on there and online with the hashtag Breaking Barriers.
Yeah, and I'm surely looking forward to the next session. Our second keynote address will come from Malele Ngalu. Malele Ngalu is a marketplace leader with a cutting-edge experience across diverse range of industries, sections, and functions. The common thread across his leadership experiences is his ability to create relationships, leverage them to create value, and connect the dots. He currently serves as the regional director of Oasis International, a Christian publishing house that discovers authors from Africa and empowers them to proclaim their message to Africa and the world through high-quality books and Bibles. He has over 15 years of experience in sales and business development across various industries. So Sylvia, aren't you excited for what's to come?
Very excited.
So welcome, Malele.
Good morning. My name is Malele Ngalu, and I'm truly excited to be part of the 11th version of the UNSTUCK conference. It's interesting that this time around we are speaking about breaking barriers, and really privileged to be a keynote speaker and just share my wisdom about the different aspects of my life that speak to breaking barriers. But before I do that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Malele Ngalu. I am born again, and I think the greatest joy for me is just being able to know Christ. I'm married to one wife. We have 3 amazing boys. Our firstborn is 11 years. Our secondborn is now turning 4. It's interesting. If it was my choice, they would have been closer. But it's said that, again, that's a barrier to be broken, that men never decide when to have children. But that's a topic for another day. Our third born is now going into 1 year, and it's amazing just to see how a young child keeps on breaking different barriers. You know, from saying their first words to their first walk, you know, to them being able to hear what you're saying to them and them being able to take instruction. But for me, I think, looking at my own life, there are so many aspects that I can speak into breaking barriers, both from a corporate environment, from my journey in the startup space. But today, I just want to focus on 3 aspects. For me, when you're looking at breaking barriers, the first aspect for me, I look at treasure. And people ask, what do you mean when you speak about treasure? And for me, I say, there is no way to be able to break barriers if you do not first have a relationship with God. The very important thing, even before you think through breaking barriers, is for you to have a relationship with God. And we are told in Matthew 6:21, and again, it's not necessarily like a sermon, but I truly believe in my heart that the first space that you need to start with is your relationship with God. And it tells us in Matthew 6:21 that where your treasure is, that's where the desire of your heart will be. And it's a very amazing comparison, that where you have your treasure, that's where your heart will be. And I know it's forward-looking, but it also means that where you do not have your treasure, then there your heart will not be. And so sometimes we just look at it from the positive aspect. But if you are to be successful in your walk with God in this life, if you're able to get yourself unstuck from everything, the first part of it is your heart. Where is your heart? And I know if you look at breaking barriers, it's from an aspect of you being able to do. But I believe the more important part is being. So we spend a lot of time telling people what to do, what not to do. But the bigger goal is what someone is becoming. And I don't think as a nation we spend a lot of time as a people just to develop who we are and who we want to become. And your doing of things, your overcoming, depends on who you're becoming. And if you're to ever become anything, it starts with you having a relationship with God. And there could be a couple of versions for that. But as I believe, I think your walk with Jesus Christ is very central to who you become. I think one of the barriers that I want to focus during my talk is my own marriage. And so I have half sisters, about 7 of them. And one of the key things that was a challenge for us as an extended family was that a lot of my sisters used to have husbands, used to have children, but were truly not married. And so it became a cycle that to some extent, no one was breaking that barrier of marriage within our community or within our family. And so for me, when it came to my time, it was a barrier that my wife and I had to fight through. And I think I'll talk through it as we go along. But when I look at my own life and looking at that specific barrier, then we knew spiritually we had to do something to make an about turn or break this barrier that had held our family over a very long time. And in the 8 years, I look at our marriage, and when we met in 2012, my wife and I were truly in love. And 2 years down the line, we knew that we wanted to get married. We knew that God had called us to be together and to help us to pursue the mission that God had put in our hearts. But we realized that there was an aspect of time. So anytime you have to break something, you have to spend time. And the focus around time is you being able to know that God uses time to be able to speak to us. He uses time to be able to mold us. He uses time to get us unstuck from the things that bewilder us. And so it's amazing in this conference that we can talk about many things, but one of the key things that probably we do not focus much on is our feet. If you're to get unstuck, if you're to move from a barrier, there is an aspect of movement. And sometimes you might have a lot of head knowledge in terms of what to do, when to do it. But one of the most simple things that you can do to break a barrier is just to move. And sometimes that lack of movement has withheld so many of us from achieving the things that God has put in our hearts. If I look at all of you, I can see in your faces that there's something that you've always wanted to do, but you've never taken that first step. And if you do not take that first step, then you do not step into the environment that would allow you to break from the mold that presumably put you in that situation. So for me, as I said, one of the key things that I did, I had spent my first 18 years in Mombasa, and it was very interesting that I felt comfortable in that environment. And I said, you know, I would want to build my life here, all right? And so when I started dating my wife, one of the key things that she challenged me is that we need to move from this. And the comfort that I had just being in Mombasa, I felt me and the city life, you know, that's just a different environment. And if you come from the coastal environment, we have very interesting stories about Nairobi and what can happen to you when you come here. And so I felt in my spirit, even though I wasn't totally agreeable, that would be a good thing for me to do. So that movement of saying, I'm going to move from an environment where I know people, from an environment where my family is, and go into a new environment where I didn't know anyone and start afresh, was in itself the first step towards breaking that barrier. As I told you, when we started dating in 2012, we were ready to be able to get married in another 2 years. Interesting enough, every time we would plan with my wife to get married, I would lose my job or I would lose the consultancy that I was doing at that time. And so from a spiritual aspect, you would see that there was a pattern that was starting to form. And we did not know it at then because as a young believer, we didn't know as much in terms of spiritually what it means to be able to break a barrier. And I know, we have people in the audience who want to break a barrier from a corporate environment or from other aspects of life. But for me, I think one of the biggest things that is holding us back is us understanding the aspects of the spirit that are held back by the things that were either done by our people, in our family lineage, which we never take a lot of time to speak about. And so for me, I think as a believer, I would want to channel my energies to speak through the things that probably would allow us to be able to break barriers within a spiritual environment. And so here we were, 2 years into, dating one another and excited to get married. I'd gone to see my in-laws and they were happy for us. At that point, my dad had already passed on. And so I had to get someone to speak for us. And immediately we finished that function. I was on a trip to Masai Mara. Our car broke down. And I wasn't able to come back to work on Monday. And that was used as the first opportunity to be told, you were not at work. We didn't know where you are, so you are not a serious guy. And it wasn't true that I wasn't a serious guy. It was just that if you look at it, no one gets fired for such a mistake or for the first time. But that was my key to go home. But as I said, the most important thing is to keep moving. All right? And so even though I was out of work, I had not lost the vision that at one point we will get married. And so from that aspect of timing, the third thing I want to talk about is trials. You find that if you want to build a treasure, it will take time for you to do it. And if you're building a treasure and it's taking time to do it, you will have aspects of your life that are within trials. And the Bible tells us in James 1:3 that for you know that when your faith is tested, your encouragement has a chance to grow. And so we know very well from the Word of God that there is no way we are going to grow if we are not tried. There is no way we are going to grow if we are not tried. And so it's important for us to understand that we must keep the hope within the valleys that we will definitely come out of it. And because I had started moving, I found people that were able to help me in the different circumstances. And so again, in another 3 years, we were ready to get married again. At this time, I was already doing an East Africa job, and we had a principal at our work. So my wife and I were working for the same company at that point, interesting enough. And there was a policy that you can't be together within the same organization. And you guys know, when you work in an environment where you're working 6 days and you get home very late, you most definitely, most of the time, would find your spouse within the people that you work with, because you don't have any time to socialize. And so even though that policy was in place, our love for one another was more greater than that policy. But again, now we had gone, we went back again and said, now we are ready to get married. And once we did that, the week that followed, I lost my job again, because even though they had discovered that my wife and I had broken that policy, it had never become an issue until this time again, when we had said we want to get married. And so this was the second time that this happened. And so for me, I realized that it's not normal. And so I started digging down at what my extended family had gone through. And I started seeing a pattern where there was a barrier for our family that had been broken needs to be broken around relationships and around marriage, because I would have been the first person in our family to get married in an official way. And so I started getting help from people who knew more about this. I got people from my community who knew more about what this meant. And I was able to work with a friend of mine called Dambuki, he's now in Dubai, who had experienced the same thing. And that brought me comfort, because as a man, I'd found another man that would enable me to get unstuck in this specific aspect. And so I carried the hope with my wife, and we said, again, we must do something different. We must place this before God before we try it a third time. And so in overall, it took me about 8 years. Something that would have been done in 2 years took me 8 years. And part of it, you would say, is because I didn't know. Part of it was because I was ignorant in the things of faith. And so one of the key things that I would like to speak about is that you need to take time to read the Word of God, not for yourself, but even for the people that will follow you. And so, especially to the men in the audience, this 5th of August, I would love to encourage you that please take time to develop your relationship with God. And it's interesting enough that even if you ask the ladies in the audience, most of the time they spend more time. They are the ones who are prayerful. They're the ones who wake up and pray. And as men, we doze off in our beds, hoping that just saying a silent prayer will be able to beat the powers of darkness that bewilder all of us. And we are in a community right now where we are talking a lot about the boy child. There are a lot of tools that are being developed. There are many things that are in the market that would help the boy be empowered again to get to the same level, probably, that the lady is empowered. But my approach is different. I think if as men, we turn back from our ways and just come back to God and allow God to whisper into us the things that we need to change, the things that we need to do, the aspects of our lives that we need to change, then we would walk a different path that then would allow us to be able to mentor our own boys. Nowadays, it has become very clearly that, with women having become financially independent, as a man, you need to provide something else. Leadership is not only from a financial perspective, but is you being a prophet and being a priest in your own home. So I would urge all of us to be able to take the opportunity, to be able to guide our boys. We cannot guide our people on things that we don't know. If we are not trained, if we not take time to be able to train ourselves in the things of God, then we will not be able to pass those blessings to our young people. And so as I come into conclusion, I would want to say that it is important for us to be able to focus on these three things. One, for you to be able to build treasure, you must focus on your heart. Focusing on your heart means you being more intentional about who you're becoming than spending more time on the things that you do. For you to build treasure, you need time. And so don't despise the amount of time that it would take for you to become what you need to be. The bigger the role, the more time it takes. One of the key things we do very well is just to criticize everything, from government to neighbors to everyone, without necessarily understanding their journey. But I want us to urge that if we spend the same amount of time just developing ourselves, learn a new skill, form a new friendship, volunteer in your community. It's interesting sometimes. We go to church, we hear the preaching, and when we just come out of the church, there are people begging there. And once we see them begging, we're the very first people to be able to close our windows. Some people just need bread. They just need a 50 bob or they need a 20 shillings. And so I urge us, it's important to open those windows, and speak to these people. Because sometimes it's just encouragement. And many a times I may not have the money, but just being able to bring that dignity back and speak to someone. When you're coming from a church service, or even when you're at a jam, just open the window and say, I don't have today, but tomorrow I will make sure, if I find you again, to be able to help. Carry a few things in your car. You have 4 seats. Just carry a few things, whether it's sweets, things that you can share with people on your journey. Because there are some people who are already at the end of their time. They feel that it has taken too long for God to answer them. And they're saying, if this next person doesn't help, then I don't find the need or the desire to be able to live my life. And so your 20 bob could be a lifesaver. It could be an answer to someone else. So learn from mistakes. During this time, learn from mistakes. Learn from the things that you need to learn from. But as I said, focus on your feet. Keep moving. Because in this life, for me, my burden took 8 years to be able to discover and to do. It could take longer, it could take less for another person. It could be another aspect of your life that you're struggling with. But even within those years, God still works. And He's calling us to be able to use the examples that He has, the things that He has used in our life, to be able to more or less like use that story to be able to build other people. The last part of it, as you build your treasure and are patient enough within the times that God is working with you, is that there will always be times of trials. And so it's not that you live in anticipation that you'll be in trials, but be prepared that as you move into new stages of your life, you'll always find new things. There will always be things that test your faith. At work, you may be doing well, but it's not that everyone is happy for you. In your marriage, you could be doing well. Pray that it becomes an example to another person. Again, I've used the example of marriage because that's what I know. But it doesn't mean that if you have other struggles in other aspects, God is not willing to help you. Take time if you're a parent to understand your children. Take time if you are a spouse to ask for forgiveness. Some things are just reconciliation sometimes. It's just a sorry away. So I urge all of us, as we go out and break barriers in the different spaces, as we get unstuck, that even as we celebrate one another in this conference, that God would input a new thing, that the things that you learn here today are not just for yourself, but the things that you can go out and share with your community. So I want to thank Pastor Angie for the opportunity to have been able to be part of this conference, and I'm looking forward to interacting with each and every one of you in our breakout sessions. Thank you.
Wow. That was so amazing. Wow, Malele.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What I loved, especially as we go into question and answers, is that you've gone into a topic that people don't go into. People want to steer away. So me, I'm very happy because you see, before we invite people for Unstuck, we pray, we ask God, who do you want to come here?
Yeah.
And your name came up. And so I know that everybody who comes has a message that is required. Yeah. I think a lot of people don't want to handle their... And even if we're handling those generational issues, we sort of, it's like we do it alone. It's a very lonely journey. Yeah. We never speak about it. Yeah. So I'm really grateful that you've spoken about it, because I know that that's for somebody. Somebody needs to hear that. Yeah. And somebody needs to hear that it can take time. I love the treasures, the time, and the trials. Amazing. So let's ask you a few questions. So they say, the questions, I love your story about breaking generational barriers, especially on the area of marriage. Yeah. How do you approach the subject of identifying and breaking negative patterns with family members who feel there is no problem?
Wow. It's challenging because there's no one way you can break something if people are not willing to acknowledge it. And so one of the key things that is important is prayer and fasting. Wow. You know, the Word of God tells us, and it's simple, that there are certain things that can't go away if you don't fast about them. Because it's about the heart. Yeah. And so if you can imagine how far someone is, if you have a problem, you can't acknowledge it, so there's no space to solve it.
That's true. Because having a problem, you have to acknowledge it.
Yes. And some of this light cannot come from a human's tongue. You speaking to me about a problem that I'm not acknowledging is only God that can show me that part of my life. And so I think, as I said, the most important part that we need to do is to pray for people that they become like Christ. We are doing a lot of things like Christ, but are not becoming like Christ. And that's where the problem is.
We're not becoming, because you said it's about being and becoming, which is so key.
Exactly.
It's about who are we becoming, who are we being.
Exactly.
Not that we just say we are Christians.
If people become, we will not have a problem with doing. But a lot of us are focused on doing the right thing as opposed to becoming the right person. Thing.
It's very powerful.
And so, even within a family environment, we are doing a lot to bring people together to say, let's come and discuss this. But are they becoming, and are they allowing God to speak to them in a way that it is revealed to them that, hey, there is a problem here?
But for you now, because even of your half-sisters, and you didn't even finish for us, I mean, like the 8 years, so how did it finally happen? I've got so many questions. How many jobs did you lose? When did you now finally stop losing the jobs? But also, were your sisters on board, or this is something you tackled by yourself?
So for me, I tackled it on myself.
Yeah, because this is what this person is saying. They're saying the family is not in on it, So I think you have to focus and start doing it for yourself.
Yeah. If it's not broken for you, and if they can't see where God has taken you from, sometimes it's hard for them to aspire to what you've become.
Yeah, and also things are working for them. I mean, you know, they are having these so-called marriages, and them they are good.
Exactly.
So it's you who has the problem. It's you who wants to make a difference.
Exactly.
It's you who wants to start a new path.
Yeah.
It's you who wants to break this barrier.
Yes. And that's why it's important to understand the relationship between you and God is you.
Yeah.
And sometimes we wanna
Bring the crowd.
We want to be served as a community. That's the work of the Holy Spirit. You can't do it. And so for me, I realized if I'm to move forward, in fact, it's interesting because for about 3 years, I had to break off.
From the family.
From the family.
Wow.
For about 3 years.
Wow.
Because it was interesting. Every time we would do a function, what you would call a show, I would then go back to say, we've made this step. And when coming back from that,
oh no,
I
something would happen.
come back, yes. And you couldn't figure it out because I remember one of it, and one of my managers, who we are good friends now, we were friends on Friday, but when I came back, the Tuesday after being in Masai Mara, he was something else. Like this is someone who has been a friend to you on a Friday,
So it's
the week
spiritual.
before. Yes. You can't explain it that in 3 days they don't even want to talk to you. And that is meant to be your advocate when you go to a disciplinary committee. So how will you hack? You see. And so if you don't understand the spiritual aspects of your life, you will live with a blind spot.
So you stopped informing them.
I
if
stopped
you go do whatever
informing.
you're doing,
Yes.
you just keep quiet.
I just kept quiet.
And continue relationship with God,
Yes.
continue praying, continue, and you and God becoming closer.
Yes.
So then, and the wedding then, Malele,
So
Allah.
we did our wedding at Hemingway's.
So did you invite the family?
I did not.
What, Malele?
I did not.
You did not.
I did not.
You went ahead.
I went ahead. I did my wedding because I knew, having prayed about this, the spirit that was stopping
Preventing.
was very strong in our family because it began with our great-grandparents.
Wow, Malele.
So our great-grandmother was a wizard, like proper one, leave alone like a proper teleporting kind of a person. Like I was in Mombasa today, then I come back. Those kind of things.
Malele, guy.
I'm telling you. And so that strength,
you can't just break it. So you had to be very intentional.
Yes.
So 8 years, even 8 is the number of new beginnings. It took 8 years.
Yes. Having lost 2 jobs, took 8 years. But at the end of the day, we had an amazing wedding at Hemingway's. We didn't ask anyone for any money. We used our own funds. We didn't have committee. We had,
Yes,
God just...
you're just saying things. Even you should, I don't know, we don't have time, but you see, because we have all these committees, nobody else can come and execute your vision. Why? You have a vision, the two of you. What's the vision? Maybe if you need help, maybe you guys do this and that, but you do it.
Yeah,
because I always think that marriage is the first assignment or first purpose gift that you execute together.
Exactly.
Actually, I love going to weddings.
Yeah.
So I can see how I can already see.
Yeah.
These are going to be the problems.
Yeah.
Here they didn't do this very well. Because it's like, I don't want to say it's a test, but it's God showing you how you're going to work together.
Yeah.
You learn each other.
Yeah.
You learn what to do, how not to do. You learn your strengths. You see how your strengths are working together, how your weaknesses are working together as well. You can tell a lot at a wedding. Me, I don't go just to the wedding to eat rice.
Yeah.
I'm here observing.
And you see, the beauty about it is that your agreement with your wife does not start the day you get married.
It starts before.
Starts way before. And a lot of our relationship are destroyed during this stage.
The before stage.
Before stage. Yeah. And this can't be tackled in a premarital class. You have to be agreeable.
My tambourine when I need my tambourine.
You have to be agreeable with your wife before you get into marriage. Marriage is just a honorable space to continue the journey that you started prior. So if you don't agree with your wife or your husband prior to marriage, there is no magic in saying I do.
None.
That will then make it possible for you to agree when you're married.
Oh my goodness.
It can't happen.
You need to start an academy. You need to start a class.
Because
they need that. Because you see, that's the way, but they'll get to see it here. Yeah. Because we are, yes, I believe in premarital counseling.
Yes.
But I hear what you're saying. You're saying you agree before.
Yes.
Because even that 30 minutes what is it called? 30 minutes. What is it called?
The
joining together.
Yes, the ceremony.
Cannot make a marriage.
It can't.
And that's a mistake that we think that
Yes.
makes the marriage.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't believe you have a submarine. Because the revelation is heavy.
So for me and my wife, we planned everything together. Not with parents, not with anyone. It's me and her. Because we said, when everything is done, it's me and you who will move into a house together.
Yeah.
I will not move with your father or your mother. No one of these people will come with us. So for me, I had 3 versions of this wedding thing. I had, if it's really bad, we'll go together with my wife to the ages. There's nothing wrong.
There's nothing wrong with the ages. You're helping them. Help them.
Yes.
Help them. Go ahead.
Weddings are not for people.
Yeah.
It's for you to celebrate with your wife. Our biggest expense for us and my wife was our rings. Because we knew...
Because these are forever.
That is what we'll take with us. You're spending a lot of money on feeding people who will even say the food was not nice.
They have many complaints.
During our time, there's someone who said the food was not... So if you can't find good food at Hemingway's...
I don't know where you can find it, you know? It's so bad. And maybe they're not even used to eating at Hemingway's. And you know, it's bringing the other speakers. Well, when Peter said that people are in the stands, the spectators, they have no vested interest.
Yeah.
Their work is to complain and their voice is very loud.
Exactly.
But what you did, you cut off that voice.
I did.
You said, you people, stay there.
Yes.
It's me and my wife.
Yes. And people have to understand that you cannot build a marriage over 10 weeks of premarital class.
Yeah, you can't.
You have to tackle things together. All right? One of the key things, for me, I love to spend. And so when you talk about finances, my wife could not trust me with money. Because
you're the spender.
I throw it out. I believe life is short.
I'm with you.
Life is short.
We have to live it now.
Yes.
We have to experience it now. This man of Kesho.
Yes.
What will happen tomorrow?
There's a space for saving. There's a space for investment.
Yes.
But there's a
also
big
a space for enjoying.
Some of us earn and
no one enjoys it. Even you don't enjoy it. You don't. I mean, I don't understand.
We need to represent Christ well. You know, when you say God saves, you know, like I am born again, people can see a difference between where you were
and where you are now.
You understand? And we're in a space where we need to model Christ, not to speak about him.
Yes, people need to see us. Yes.
And that's why I was talking about you will come from church and close down your windows on people who need food. So if we can't model Christ just outside the gate
of the church,
we
haven't even gone 5 minutes.
So where will we do it?
We won't do it anywhere.
You know what I mean? So we have to say, no one of us is perfect. We are all on a journey.
We are all on a journey.
But what journey are we on? You know what I mean? If you look at even at our country right now, Pastor Angie, look at the things that we are complaining about around corruption and someone taking that which is not theirs. At the different levels, all these people come to church.
All of them.
They hear the word. They hear everything.
But they are not changing.
So if you're not becoming, your doing will not change. And we are spending a lot of time on things that people can do, the doing part, but not the becoming.
For me, that's my biggest takeout. It's about becoming. There's even a question. We're witnessing an increased number of men who refuse to acknowledge they have a problem.
Yeah.
As a result, they formed a pattern of not rising up to their leadership, financial, and priestly roles, thus leaving trails of broken marriages and unfathered children. How would you speak to these men to start being and becoming? Very good question. How do we get the men to become and to be?
For me, we've started something called a brotherhood.
I'm glad. I said, you better start something. Me, I was about to tell you have got to start something.
So we started something called a brotherhood, where it's a space for men to come together and live life together. Leave alone these things of we are meeting for breakfast, we what. No. realities on the ground. What is going on with you as a person within a safe space? Because men are created to do. Men are created to see progress. Why sometimes we don't share with our wives is because you feel I can handle it. Even a man who is at their worst always has something in them that tells them
they can
I can
handle it.
overcome.
Hey.
That's why tomorrow I can stand here and my car downstairs is being taken by auctioneers and no one of you will know. You understand? Why? There's something in a man that always says, I can handle it, even when you can't. Wow. And so we've opened a space
for you to come and say,
to be able to say, hey, this you need help on. Because women have a trigger where if they feel issues about something, they can go talk to their friends.
we even talk to the hairdresser. What do you mean?
You know
friend?
what I mean?
I sit down. If it's the hairdresser was going,
Yes.
Ebu, please. Now this is what I may not even give many details, but I've talked to someone.
Exactly.
I am not going to die with this thing inside me.
You know what I
must
mean?
tell someone.
Yes. So us, nothing like that has
I
been
know.
modeled. Me, I look at my father. I don't remember a time he used to talk about, I have this challenge. I always used to see solutions. So what has been molded for me
Is solutions.
is you do what you need to do,
But-
bring a solution to the table. If you don't, then you're seen as a failure. So first of all, why we've created this brotherhood is to change that mindset, that it's okay not to be able to do a certain thing at a certain time and actually ask for help. And the way we are doing it is one man, we are all a community, but you identify one man to work with another.
Yeah, the way you said Dambuki walked to
Exactly. So for me, I have someone I'm looking up to, and I have
Someone that you're mentoring.
who is I'm mentoring. And that's the relationship that we are doing. I sometimes get surprised that one person is mentoring 10 people. It's a facade.
It's not possible.
It's not
I've always said, don't
possible.
take too much. Do one person.
You are mentoring 5 people. How? Take one, mentor one,
And mentor
but
them
also
well.
you
Be mentored.
mentored. You cannot pour what you don't have. There are people who have gone before me. There are challenges I'm yet to face.
That
they have faced it. So I tap from that and give it back. And so that's how the brotherhood is formed. That you will receive,
And you give.
and that's how you form accountability.
learning.
So me, the couple, my wife and I are mentoring, we're able to say, this is not right. Why? We are walking a journey with them. By the time you're doing 3-4 years with someone, even if they used to hide certain things previously,
They'll come out.
they will come out.
Wow.
But if you walk with someone for 2-3 weeks
They'll hide
say,
things.
they will hide, you won't know.
You wouldn't know.
So some things, as I said, are just about time. If you're not spending time with people, then you might necessarily not be mentoring them right.
Right.
And we have to differentiate motivational speaking, you going to a school and telling people things are possible. That is amazing. And we need more people to do that. But we need to say mentoring is different. Mentoring is not you going to a class and telling people things are possible. No.
It's doing life together.
It's doing life together.
Yeah. It's doing life together.
Yes.
Because even if after we go, so we bring this to close, but after we go, even if we go and motivate, it's
Exactly.
what you're saying is discipleship. So in
Yes.
every area,
Yes.
we need another step. We need
Exactly.
a step. We need to come from this step into
Yes.
this step. We need to
Yes.
come from this step into this step.
Yes.
That's what we need.
Yes. And I'm encouraging all of us, we need to create more resources around the being part of a Christian
And becoming.
and becoming. We need to have more resources that are helping people to become who Christ is,
Yeah.
than focusing a lot on doing what Christ did.
Yeah.
Christ became something that then he was able to do. And that's why Christ tells us, you will be able to do more,
Than I did.
but we are nowhere close. Why? We are nowhere close in becoming who he was. You understand? Look at it. Some of us, we fast 2 days, it's hell. You are shaking, like 2 days. Guy did 40. You, with your 2 days, you want to achieve the same things
That he
that the
achieved.
guy for 40 did.
You're
You
challenging us.
So we have to be at a space where we are saying we are not perfect, but we are willing to walk with him because he is our example. And again, even as I said, even as you build these accountabilities, you have to know your ultimate guide,
Is
the
God.
ultimate person
Is God.
is God. So you must make sure that the people you're looking up to have a very strong relationship with.
And I think also from everything you're saying, it's
Yeah.
also sacrificial, yeah?
Yes.
Because becoming is
Yeah.
sacrificial.
Yes.
If Jesus Christ went and fasted for 40 days,
Yes.
and then you need to also look at this thing, whatever
Yes.
it is that you're facing. But now we're talking about like breaking barriers in the context of marriage.
Yes.
But spiritual barriers could be anything. It could be
Exactly.
it could be lack. It could be you don't
Yes.
get jobs. It could
Yes.
be that poverty has visited your
Exactly.
generations and you don't
Yes.
even understand it.
Yes.
It's like you're not breaking out. So I think what you're saying is to break these barriers
Yeah.
in whichever way.
Yes.
And I'm so grateful that you talked about marriage because people don't go there.
Yeah.
You have to also now see what is the sacrifice
Yeah.
that I need to do myself
Yes.
to break this thing.
Yes.
Because it must have taken sacrifice. Even the 8 years was a lot of sacrifice. But I'm definitely going to have you on Just Angie. You need to come and expand that story. We need to hear more about this story, Malele. But thank you so much.
I really look forward.
Thank you so much. I really believe, thank you for hearing God
Yes.
and bringing that subject that many of us don't want to talk to.
Yeah.
One, Christ.
Yeah.
Because it's even Christ now.
Yeah.
But Christ, just knowing Christ will solve a lot of your problems, even in the marketplace. It will solve very many problems.
Exactly.
Knowing him, living with him, getting to know him more, developing yourself with him, it's the truth. Yeah, because that's why we are different. That's why there's something different about us because we knew Christ and we've walked on a journey with him
Yeah.
that has now delivered a different life and helped us to break
Exactly.
through
Yeah.
different barriers. Yeah. Hey, Malele,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Wow, Sylvia, what do we say after such a session?
It was so unexpected.
Exactly.
I don't know if I had any, I mean, of course, you can't, when you read someone's profile and you're expecting them, you kind of have an idea of what they're going to speak about. But this was so out of my expectations, and it was so welcome. I loved every part of it.
That's absolutely true. I was so blown away. I was like, wow, 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 wow. My greatest takeout from everything, and first and foremost, I loved how he shared so authentically from his life. And it was real life experiences, so we can very much relate with it. And I bet our audiences can do too.
Yeah.
So my greatest takeout was how God should be the focus of everything. You cannot break barriers without God in the midst of it all.
Absolutely.
So many times we have our business separate and then we have our spiritual life separate. But how he spoke about it is as one thing. And that just blew me away.
Truly. Yeah, I hear you. He talked, even as you say that, what's coming to me is, and what stood out for me was the fact that he really emphasized that you do not, the problem and the challenge that we have with breaking barriers is that we are so focused on doing as opposed to becoming. That for you to break barriers, you have to become a certain kind of person. He challenged us that the reason why we do not see, Jesus commissioned us and told us that we would do much more than he would, but no one is walking around having done even a quarter of what Jesus did, because none of us has become like Jesus. So that really, really challenged me. And I, as rightfully as you've said, we can't really separate our spiritual lives from our own lives.
Yeah,
and I think a lot of times we try to do that.
That's absolutely true. But let me ask you, so are you a spender or a saver?
What do you think, girl? I am a spender. I love to save. I have learned to save, but I like to enjoy life.
Well, this
You?
is now where we have both sides of the coin. I am a total saver.
Really?
I'll save every coin, I'll save everything.
Wow. But do you have like guilty pleasures, at least, like things you indulge in?
Well, sweets is one thing.
Let's
So
just
that's
park that, Gloria.
So we'll carry that conversation on the other side.
Yes, to be concluded. Our next keynote speaker is Teresa Njoroge. Teresa is the founder and CEO of Clean Start Africa. Teresa founded Clean Start after being wrongly imprisoned with her 3-month-old baby. Her first-hand experience in the plight of women in prison, together with their children, inspired her to commit her life to supporting hundreds of women leaving the prison system to successfully reintegrate into society. Since 2015, when Clean Start was registered, she has steered social economic transformation and social justice reforms in Kenya and across the African continent through strategic leadership. She's a receiver of the Ford Foundation Global Fellow Award, the Women and Girls Lead Global Advocates for Marginalized Group, Timeless Woman of Wonder Award. She's a TED Women 2017 speaker, a recipient of the African Female Leader 2018 Excellence Award by the Global Thinkers Forum in the UK. She's also received the Head of State Commendation in the Presidential Trailblazer Award in 2022 for her efforts to reintegrate formerly imprisoned persons. In 2023, she was also awarded the prestigious Elevate Prize in recognition of her work with the formerly incarcerated women. Her efforts have also earned a place in the 2023 third cohort of the African Visionary Fund, and she's now part of the 2023 Acumen Angel Awardees after completing her fellowship with the Acumen Academy. Her drive to bring social change has earned her an advisory role in the board at Mighty Alley, an organization that helps growth stage nonprofits and social enterprises to position their brands. Welcome, Teresa.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Njoroge, and it's such a great pleasure to be part of the UNSTUCK conference happening today, August the 5th. I am the founder and CEO of Clean Start Africa, a social enterprise that works with women, girls, and children who are impacted by the criminal justice system. And I'm blessed to be the mother of two upcoming world change makers, Uma and Uhuru. Looking forward to a lovely engagement. I love the theme of the UNSTUCK conference this year, breaking barriers. Because in our journeys in life, we'll always encounter barriers. This could be socially, physical barriers, spiritual barriers, impediments that come in our way that block movement or access. And when they come our way, do we stop in the tracks? Or do we find ways to navigate and break these barriers? And so I'm very excited about this topic and to hear the insights from the speakers and to be blessed as the listeners to break barriers that will come our way. I'd like to share how I've encountered and overcome barriers in my life. One of the greatest barriers that I encountered was a social barrier. And to a huge extent, it was also a spiritual barrier. And this was when I was released after serving a 1-year incarceration period with my daughter. And when I re-entered society and very optimistic to rebuild my life, very hopeful and glad that I had finally secured my freedom after a year of being away behind bars, the social barrier was the grueling stigma that I experienced, where society branded me as an ex-con. And what this meant for me was that I couldn't get a certificate of good conduct, meaning I could not find employment, meaning I could also, believe it or not, rent or occupy a house in a community, because I literally got kicked out of one of the houses that I wanted to rent out when the landlord found out that I had just been released from prison. And these are the predicaments. These are the barriers that people coming out of prisons encounter when they join society. So how did I overcome this barrier? It was stepping back and not fighting the barrier head on, which is something I keep advising even those that I work with, and that is to influence the mindsets of those around you. Influence is when you get into the minds of people and help them change their perspective, their way of thinking around a matter. And since we're children of the Most High God, we represent His kingdom. And in this earth, we've been sent to take territory, to take charge, to take authority, to influence a way of thinking that represents the kingdom ways, the kingdom principles, and have God's will done in this world. You've got to do it in a subtle way, in a way that's not manipulative, in a way that does not break anybody or harm anyone, and you influence in a positive way. And that's the journey that I embarked on, taking charge of the territory of Kenya when it comes to how they handle, especially women coming out of prisons. And slowly, through advocacy, through creating awareness, calm down the fear of how they interact with those of us who are reintegrating back into society. It's been 7 years of doing that work, and 4,000 women have now broken those barriers of grueling stigmatization and have rebuilt their lives in a super successful manner. It's taking charge of mindsets, because mindsets can influence how people view various different perceptions in day-to-day life. Take, for instance, when you look at corporations, the issue around diversity, equality, and inclusion, you won't find many women in positions of leadership to date, be it in business, be it politically, be it in corporations. And this is unacceptable because decisions are being made on a day-to-day basis in those spheres. And when you suppress the opinions of half the population, then you miss out on a lot of insights that come from the unconscious gender bias that we continue to see. And so it's changing mindsets, it's changing perceptions, it's influencing how people take different areas and different perspectives to finding solutions. And this will not be done, say, for example, just by those who are impacted by the criminal justice system alone, or those of us who are women and taking leadership of organizations or businesses. It takes each and every one of us. And I have continued to experience these barriers over and over again as a formerly imprisoned woman, a woman, you know, and so on and so forth, but continue to break these barriers through influencing and changing of mindsets. And so my advice and my talk to anyone who is listening, each and every one of us, be it physical barriers, be it spiritual barriers, be it personal barriers that you experience, cultural barriers, we cannot leave the breaking of the barriers to a particular few. Maybe you have been blessed with an opportunity to be a representation in a boardroom. Have you thought about including those who don't have rooms at all? You know, who is being left out? And in particular, this issue on gender bias. you know, in the 21st century, it really continues to sting us, because if you look at the most developed economy, the United States of America, and this might be controversial, during the 2020 elections, those who were running for presidency, the most qualified person then was a woman. But this democracy did not accept and were not ready for a woman to be president of the country then. What are we modeling to young girls growing up? What are we saying about women? And if we, you know, if we say we're continuing to be suspicious about the fact that women cannot lead, what does that say about our society? And so on and so forth. And so let's take it upon ourselves, you know, to see how we break these barriers. It's up to each and every one of us. I took it upon myself, and I continue to encourage our community. And I know, and I'm encouraged and inspired by the fact that those of us who are impacted are very close to solutions, even though in most cases very far from resources. And so whether it's in politics, whether it's in the spiritual realm, or schools or health, how often are you bringing on board those who are impacted by, say, the policies that you're trying to come up with, the solutions that you're trying to come up with? Are you including those who are impacted by the barriers you're trying to bring down? Because if you're sat in a room somewhere, air-conditioned, you know, having a great conversation to come up with solutions that affect a particular demographic on how you'll bring down the barriers, but you're not involving them, you're not including them in those decision-making tables, then you're missing out on the very relevant contribution towards the solutions that you're coming up with. And so let's bring down these barriers. Let's change our mindsets, and let's include and diversify how we look at different perspectives. Let's break these barriers.
Wow. Wow. I'm so excited about that. Thank you so much, Teresa. That was so beautiful.
My pleasure.
Very, very, I mean, I've got so many things running through my head. You've been a voice to the voiceless for a long time. But in terms of breaking barriers, when you came out of prison and faced all these problems, I don't think your intention was not to break a barrier. Was your intention to break a barrier, or it was just to reintegrate into society? But then, so what are some of the obstacles that you've had to overcome, and some of the barriers that you've had to break since then? You've given us some, but I think you need to give us some more.
Indeed. I actually had not, there's the system barrier, you know, how the system has been set up, in the sense that, so this is pre-coming into imprisonment. The system has been set up in such a way that the poor, the vulnerable, you know, have a barrier when it comes to accessing justice. Because we treat justice like it's a luxury good.
It's not for everyone.
It's not for everyone. It's for the rich and those with means. But the poor can't access justice, and so they end up in prison. But as well, for women, there's a barrier in accessing justice within the current dispensation of the system, in the sense that the system at that particular point is, you know, what still exists from the colonial times, which is very male-dominated. It's also not conducive to our culture.
No, it isn't.
You know, because it's another demographic of people who came and gave us the current system. So it's not conducive for the locals. And so there are quite a number of barriers for women, for the poor, to access justice within the current dispensation.
So justice is not equal for everyone.
Exactly.
In terms of our current justice system.
Yes.
It's not equal for everyone.
Yeah.
I know I've asked you this before, but you know, you had to go through what you went through, because if you hadn't gone through it, then there are things that we wouldn't know.
Yeah.
Even today.
Yeah.
That we would not have been able to address in terms of breaking these barriers. Would you like to address a few of them as I look for these questions that are coming in on the chat?
Sure. Going back to one of the points I put in earlier, today we address reforming the system that wasn't conducive for us. There are very many other well-wishers, people who want to do good in society, who are probably addressing the health system, the education system. We are in the criminal justice system, and there are so many other systems that various people are addressing. As you said, when you have been through the experience of a system, the solutions are within you.
Yeah.
And the problem that I encounter a lot is that those addressing these various systems don't include the voices of those who have been impacted by the current statuses of the systems they're trying to address. And one of the reasons why I believe that Clean Start, for example, has had such success is because the interventions are highly led by those who have been in that system. And so they're able to tell what would work. So they're very close to the solutions, but these people are not included in the decision-making spaces.
They're not in the conversation even.
And they're
completely locked out of the conversation.
They're completely locked out. And they don't have access, again, another barrier, to resources.
Yeah. And I remember even as I went with you to a few of the prisons that they don't even know why they've been jailed. That was a bit of a strange thing. I was like, nobody told you why you were jailed, or the way it was put, you didn't understand it. Nobody broke it down for you. So that's another barrier.
Just to touch a little bit on why they don't even understand why they went through the criminal justice system and what sentence they're serving is because of the inequality in the education system.
Okay.
The supply and the quantity is not the same. So we've got such high levels of illiteracy. And these high levels of illiteracy are the ones that end up at that bottom of that chasm into the prisons, and they can't understand what the magistrate said.
I'm very glad that God raised you because you're a voice for them.
Amen.
It says, today many women are hindered by various barriers of divorce, financial impediments, and feeling overwhelmed by all the responsibilities they are carrying. In addition to a similar barrier, you're overcoming of grueling social stigmatization. How can they rise above and overcome these obstacles?
And right there, I see shame.
Yeah, that's shame.
And I'm reminded of when God asked Adam and Eve, who told you
that you are naked?
Who told you? Because who told me that because I'm divorced, I'm single, I'm unmarried, that I'm not worthy? Who defined that? And it's very important, and to how they can overcome, know who defines you, know who tells you, know which voice you listen to. All these barriers of you're an unmarried woman, you're divorced, you're a single mom, you are, who is defining the standard of who deserves? God tells me I'm wonderfully created. He tells me I'm whole. He tells me he has given me wisdom. Therefore, I will not make wrong decisions. He tells me I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. So I have the strength. He tells me that no matter how many fall on my side, that I will overcome these barriers because of He who is inside me. He didn't tell me because you're single, because you're, so you can't. He didn't. So who is telling you that you are divorced and therefore let's break that barrier?
Yeah.
So
they need to shift their mindset towards their identity and who God has called them to be.
Amen.
That's a good one.
Yes.
You mentioned that subtle influence has been instrumental in breaking barriers. What mindset shifts have you had to go through to be effective in being influential? That's a very good question, because you have been able to break through in terms of being influential. I think one of them I'll answer for you. You're very polite, very democratic. So I think and I think you said it when you were speaking, that you've learned to handle and to navigate these tables. But let me hear what it is that you will say.
I love that one. Diplomacy.
Yeah.
It works.
It works.
And opens those doors, and people lean in and listen. So that's a beautiful one around breaking barriers, because when, Michelle Obama says, when they go low, you go high. But if you're going low with them, who will change what?
It's true. It's so true.
Mindset. I'm reminded of the lady who was asked, go and bring vessels so that the Lord would pour the
Multiply
oil.
the oil, yes.
And when the vessels came to an end, the oil stopped. That was very blatant for me when I was in prison. The mindset.
Yeah.
These women believe that this is the best.
This is the best.
This is the best. And it's a reflection of Africa. We always believe aid comes from the West. Yet we are the most resourced continent.
True.
It's a mindset.
Yeah.
Why? I always ask myself, why do I have to get on a plane 15, 20 hours to go and look for funding to support my own sisters and brothers in Kenya? And on the continent, aid has to come from the West. It's a mindset thing. This lady with the vessels had limited God.
She had. She was even asked, what do you have? She said nothing.
Nothing.
She said, and that's, a lot of us, we say nothing.
Yeah.
Even if you didn't say, we have nothing. But then with a little prompting, she said she has a little oil.
Yeah.
And that little oil is what God now could multiply.
What do you have?
That's such an
What does
important
Africa
question.
have? What
That's
do
a
you
lot.
believe that you have? As per the capacity of your belief of what you have is what you get. And so the mindset is what we really work on with the imprisoned.
Yeah.
Even
It's so
though you're
true.
behind bars, your mind has not been
Imprisoned, yes. Use
you
your
can
mind.
write books. You can compose songs. You can come up with a whole structure.
You can
Change
get
your
training.
mindset. You can get training right here that will help you when you leave.
Yeah.
When you leave, all these barriers, you can overcome them with your mindset.
Yeah.
And then beyond our constituents who we work with, it's interacting with the players within the criminal justice system.
Yes.
And saying to them, we can reimagine justice. It can be fair.
Yeah.
It can be equal for all.
Yeah.
You can have non-custodial sentences for the poor. This week, actually, I was at industrial area prison. And I was, oh my goodness me, appalled by the hundreds of youth that I saw locked up because they can't afford $5.
50 shillings to get out.
$10.
And they're arrested for small things.
Small things. This is all a mindset things. It's over-congested.
Yeah, I understand.
There
It's
could have been an
over-congested.
alternative. It's a mindset thing. Just reimagine. And reimagine, yes, the criminal justice system, reimagine business, reimagine families, just reimagine how you could do it better. It's all in the mind. And don't stifle God. Don't say, I have nothing. He can multiply it. He exemplified that. Who told you that the only way to acquire wealth is through corruption?
It isn't.
The end justifies
Actually, the means.
the means. That's Kenya for you. Who told us that?
We've got to have a different mindset.
A different mindset.
I'm always thinking, so many things are going through my mind, but I'm thinking, you see, like, before you started Clean Start, I don't know whether there are other organizations that have been started, but before you started Clean Start, honestly, these women didn't have a way out. I hear their stories of when you come out of the prison gate and you stand there. Remember even the lady who couldn't get into a car because she hadn't been in a car for 15 years. So motion was a problem. So you'd stand outside the gate. This city has changed. Things are different. You don't have any money. You don't have any phone.
Yeah.
And you're supposed to get yourself somewhere. Now, with Clean Start, at least you receive them. So I think they're also very blessed to have a community.
Yes.
Like people who come and pick them up, people who come and say, okay, just stay here first in the halfway house, find them work, train them, equip them, get them to rest, find for them jobs. If you weren't there, they'd have been so stuck, Teresa.
Yeah, and that's
So,
why we
so
love this
stuck.
kind of conferences to
Yeah.
unstuck us,
Yeah, to unstuck us.
And we always need role models to help us, mentors, to help us get unstuck from all these physical barriers, spiritual barriers, social barriers that stand in the way of us moving forward and accessing what we need to access.
And many people, I think, well, I don't know whether it's the right thing to say, but I'm just going to say it. But, it's many who have not been caught, or they have been caught and bribed their way out of the system. So that's why they are not there, because these women now, they lack the ability to be maybe corrupt, or they don't even know how to do it or how to go about it, or they don't even know why they're in jail. I mean, it's too much. There's so much. The levels of corruption are quite ridiculous. So even us, we cannot say that we're not there, because it's just by the grace of God that you have not encountered that kind of drama and been incarcerated. But somebody's asking here, what advice can you give to employers in the marketplace to provide second chances to these women? And how can organizations partner and break these barriers? Because I think that's what you're saying. You're saying we also need partners to partner, local partners.
Yes.
To partner with what organizations like yours and others are doing to help these formerly incarcerated women.
And, without fear of any contradiction, it's their right. They need to do it. It's the right of these women to get that support. And why do I say that?
Why do you say that, Teresa?
Because there's so much inequality that we have created in the world.
Yeah.
We have created the poverty situations consciously because of greed, taking more, taking what was not meant for you.
Us. Yeah.
And in that way, you deny resources in the health sector. The other day, I was seeing about the National Health Insurance Fund, corruption in that space, the education space. When you think about the children who don't have opportunities to get into a school because there is no school, how do you expect that child to be at the same level with those who are going to school?
It's so true.
We have created, and there are people mandated to ensure that those schools are there. There are also resources for that. So when you take that away, you've denied these people their right.
Yeah. Right to life.
Right to
Right
life.
to opportunities.
Right to food. Right to education. These are human rights.
Yeah.
Right to housing. All these are rights. So you deny them. And then at the bottom of the chasm of their lives, as they've been trying to make ends meet.
Daily. They just try to make 220 shillings a day.
Every single day. They didn't get opportunities to join higher learning because universities are full. So if they can't make it, do they go abroad? They can afford it. Precisely how are they meant to further their education? And so on, and so many inequalities that we turn our backs and keep going. And then when these people now end up in prison because they were hawking, we still continue to bank our profits. We even announced the billions we made. Where is the inclusion? Where is the equality? Where is the diversity? What are we doing to bridge this gap? And that's why I normally say they have a right to be supported, because we also got support one way or the other. We got access barriers. We got access to a good education. We got access to good health when we needed it. We have this access, which they don't. And those who are mandated are not providing. So when we make those profits, let's think about the planet. Let's think about the people who are being left behind and put a quota towards bridging this gap.
Yeah, I'm so grateful. And it's actually, I don't want to say, but it's amazing that you get so much funding even and so much help from other nations.
I tell you.
And our own people here don't want to help. So I hope that's a challenge to anyone out there, that we have to help our people.
Yeah.
We have to go look at the women, the girls, the children, the men, and just do our best, do something to change a life, do something. And I'm grateful, I think somebody had said that, it's not about, like we can't solve the whole problem.
True.
But at least we can take part of the problem and solve it.
Yeah. Make it better.
Yes, when I hear the reports, when you tell me somebody's rent was paid for 1 year by somebody else is doing a business, somebody else has started a business, somebody else is, so that encourages me. They've gotten a home, they're living, they're eating, their children have been employed, they've been empowered, they've started a business. Now you're even getting the machines, equipment to do, and even the charcoal briquettes and all that. That just encourages me, because I just know we haven't solved 100%.
True.
But
at
you're
least
trying.
We're creating those
Opportunity.
opportunities. That's all we're asking.
Yeah.
Create the opportunities.
Yes.
For the employer, as you're getting the skilled people who we all need to do our work efficiently.
Yeah.
Say, I'm going to get an intern who we're going to train and bring up. We're going to get a formerly imprisoned woman or man and coach them. We're going to get someone who dropped out of school but really wanted to be a film producer.
And we're going to educate
them. And
them.
we're going to journey with them. It's always including, diversifying, and asking yourself, who is not included?
I really like that. Who is not included? And there are some people, we're not going to mention them, but at least there are a few banks, local banks that are partnering with you, and local schools as well. I was very encouraged by that. I was like, yep, that's good. And they're building hubs, hubs for these women to learn skills.
Economic hubs.
Yeah.
It's incredible to see ICT hubs now.
It's really incredible.
It's just fantastic.
Yeah.
And that's another area, tech, where so many barriers have been created, by those who can't access the infrastructure or the skills. And the world is headed tech all the way. So do we leave an entire population?
We can't.
Exactly.
We have to give them those skills.
Opportunities.
Yeah. So I'm really grateful. And I know even the barriers you've shared are so few, but it's okay. You have overcome them, and we're so grateful for what you have been able to share with us and the systemic barrier. And you actually, at least in the end, got your certificate of good conduct, which is why I think you're able to travel and all those things. So I'm amazed. I must share one day when I was coming to the courts, I think Sylvia had invited us,
for
Sylvia
the
and
Soja
Ted,
event.
for Soja. And I left my ID at the gate, and a thought crossed my mind. What if I didn't come back? I just thought, are there people who leave their ID here and don't come back through this gate? Then when I asked you and you confirmed it, I was like, oh my God, Teresa. So you left your ID, entered the court, and never came back to pick it. Do you ever get it back again?
Your family, if they accompanied you,
can collect
it for you.
Oh,
but that's the other barrier, that you can't access documents because of the situations that have come your way. If you can't access a national ID, you can't access a certificate of good birth certificate for that matter, and so on and so forth, because of circumstances and situations. That bars you from moving forward. You can't get a passport, and so much more, meaning you can't travel. I have so many colleagues who cannot travel just because they can't get a certificate of good conduct, and so on and so forth. And you wonder, how long will you continue punishing these people, even post serving their sentences and paying the price?
They've served their sentences.
Exactly.
Whoever is listening out there, please, we need them to get their certificate of good conduct. You do whatever you need to do and the due diligence, but we just need this to happen. We need to feel like we're all Kenyans and that we all belong in this country, and whatever country you're watching us from, people need to feel like they belong. And this is something that we have to do. Oh, Teresa, I could stand here. I have so many questions, but I'm so grateful. We keep moving forward, and
there's movement.
There's movement. That is very key in breaking barriers.
Yes.
There's movement. So I'm always encouraged by the movement, by the steps that have been taken, because those are human beings.
Yes.
You see, I can put a name to a human being. This person did this, this person did this, this person did this person is now doing okay, And I'm just grateful. I just want to say thank you for holding their hand. Because, sometimes you just need somebody else to hold your hand.
Indeed.
You just feel stuck. You just feel like, I don't even know what to do, but hold somebody's hand. So I think that's even a point for somebody out there. In order to
Holding
hold
people's
somebody's hand,
to
pick
break
the
the
hand,
barrier.
yes, to cross over the barrier. Because the barrier is there, it looks insurmountable, but because you have gone, they can come as well.
Exactly.
They can come as well.
Exactly.
Because you have gone.
Yes.
You have gotten through the barrier.
Yes.
So let's do this. And
that
we
could
cross
be,
them.
Indeed. And that could be in the corporate world,
Any
in the
world.
business world,
Yeah.
a young family that's trying to start up, the youth. You've already crossed.
Yeah.
So get back, get someone's hand and help them
Cross.
break the barrier.
Break the barrier.
Yeah.
Because you need somebody to help you. Sometimes you can't do it by yourself.
Indeed.
Yeah, so I never exhaust the conversations I have with you, so I'll have to have you on many, many other things because it's just a tip of the iceberg, even what you have been able to share with us.
Thank you,
But I'm so
Apostle
grateful.
Angie.
Thank you for coming.
It's always our great pleasure.
Yes. And
We
because you
appreciate
did,
you.
others can.
Amen.
Thank you.
Indeed.
All right.
So wow, Sylvia, what amazing keynote addresses we've had this year.
Yeah.
I know at home you must be feeling so power-packed, so much information has come along your way, and you must be wondering, where do I begin? Well, we've got you covered. We have some tools that are offered by KBS that will help you navigate this new level. So first, we have the Purpose and Leadership Forum. The Purpose and Leadership Forum is a 12-week transformational experience that seeks to set you on a journey of self-discovery. It is a practical leadership training for marketplace leaders to understand the privilege of leadership and be purposeful and deliberate in the areas that God has uniquely gifted and equipped them to impact society. And we've just begun in July the 31st season of PLF, which is themed The Outpouring, and we're very excited to be having back our physical sessions.
We also have the Kingdom Business Course, which is a Bible-based program that teaches you the application of the Kingdom business principles in the marketplace. As you heard, Kingdom Business Solutions is an organization that is there to equip marketplace leaders and impact the culture of the day. So this course goes deep and helps you discover how to adjust the heart of your business to the kingdom of God, take on kingdom perspectives, people management, and establish your place in the marketplace. At the end of the program, you'll have a roadmap on how to do your best work as a force for positive change in the world as God intended. You'll also build a fresh and improved mindset in leadership and entrepreneurship to drive innovation and sustainable business results.
Wow. Thank you, Sylvia. Then third, we have the Real You book, authored by our very own Apostle Angie Morenga. The Real You is an eye-opening book which aims to show you how to align with who God created you to be and his purposes for your life. It takes you through a journey of unpacking various aspects of your life. That is the spirit, the soul, the body, social, financial, professional, leadership, and geographical. The Real You book is one book that will bring strategic alignment to your life by showing you the importance of developing an intimate relationship with God. You can get your copy at the following bookstores and e-libraries. So there's Bookstop Yaya Center and the Ufungamano Christian Bookstore, all on second floor Yaya Center, or on Amazon Kindle, Kobo Plus, Apple Books, and Audible, just to name a few. And I can testify, I've read the Real You book, and I actually formed my vision board based on it. And I can say it has brought a lot of alignment.
Amazing.
Yes.
I've also been listening to it on repeat. So get it on Audible or anywhere you listen to your books from.
Yes. And fantastic news, you can get it both in English and Kiswahili.
Yep. In this next session, we are so excited to hear from a panel of marketplace leaders who exemplify what it means to break barriers and go beyond limits. We are honored to have with us George Thara, Nkirote Njiro, and Angie Gashui.
And our moderator for this panel discussion is Sheila Chepkonga. Sheila is the founder and lead consultant at Credence Healthcare Limited, a healthcare consulting firm based in Nairobi. Sheila is passionate about advocating for access to quality healthcare services and improving healthcare infrastructure and wellness capacity building in Kenya. She also works with Green and Gold Consultancy as a consultant, trainer, and administrator. Sheila, over to you.
Thank you, Gloria and Sylvia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this next session. Throughout history, barriers have taken many forms, be they cultural, societal, or systemic. They have limited opportunities, stifled voices, perpetuated inequalities. However, we believe that when passionate individuals with diverse backgrounds and experiences come together, extraordinary transformation begins to take place. Today, our esteemed panelists, who are experts and visionaries in their respective fields, will offer invaluable insights and innovative ideas to dismantle these barriers and construct a more just, equitable, and inclusive society. Over the next 1 hour or so, we have the privilege of hearing from an esteemed panel of experts who are advocates and trailblazers in diverse backgrounds. They bring with them a wealth of knowledge, experiences, and perspectives that will shed light on how these barriers are encountered, the strategies that can be employed, and the triumphs we can achieve. My name is Sheila Chepkonga, and I will be your moderator for this day. So without further ado, allow me to introduce to you our panel. So seated right next to me is Ms. Angie Gashuhi. Angela is the founder and principal of Triple Bottom Line Associates, a boutique firm providing coaching, talent, strategy, and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and leadership advisory services to organizations across the African continent. Angela is also the head of transformation and inclusion at Girl Effect, an international NGO, where she champions change in support of organizational journeys to become more inclusive and representative. In this capacity, she leads organizations, DEI, agenda, and activities, spearheading interventions from a governance, leadership, project, employee, and external stakeholder perspective. Angela is an ICF International Associate Certified Coach, a Genos Emotional Intelligence Certified Practitioner, a New Faces, New Voices champion, and a board member of AKN Investments. She is the recipient of African Women in Public Service Fellowship, earning a master's in public administration with a focus on international policy and management from the New York University, Wagner School of Public Service. And she holds a bachelor's in political science and sociology, a double major, a double honors, I beg your pardon, at the University of Western Ontario, Canada. Welcome, Angie.
Thank you.
Our next panelist is a voice to reckon. Her name is Nkirote Mworianjiro. Nkirote is a governance professional, a certified secretary, lawyer, and human capital practitioner with a passion for sound governance, policy making, standard setting, capacity building, and setting up institutional systems that deliver exceptional value. In over 20 years of governance, legal, and people leadership practice, she has worked in both public and private sectors in East Africa, a wide range of activities involving setting up governance, legal and organizational structures, policy and practice code development, supervision, and capacity building. She's a fellow of the Institute of Certified Secretaries of Kenya, FCS, a member of the Law Society of Kenya, LSK, and the Institute of Human Resource Management, IHRM. She holds higher national diplomas in law and in human resource management. She's a certified governance auditor, an AOEC certified executive coach, a RICA fellow, and most recently, she has been certified in circular economy and sustainability practices. Capacity building and empowerment activities are passions she fulfills through engaging in various activities and networks. She serves on 3 boards as a non-executive director, including the Upper Hill District Association as the secretary of the executive committee. Being passionate about women in leadership, Nkirote mentors actively and is the founder of Women on Boards Network in Kenya. Nkirote is married to Job, and together they're raising two beautiful and God-chosen generational leaders, Nia, 18, and Anisi, 15. Welcome, Nkirote. And another powerhouse that we have with us is George Thara. George is married to one wonderful Winnie Thara, and together they have two children, Joshua, who is 4, and Sifa, 2. George Thara is an investment manager at Frontier Investments, where they focus on renewable energy projects across sub-Saharan Africa. He's an experienced infrastructure manager with a demonstrated history in working in the banking industry. His competencies are on banking, credit analysis, commercial banking, capital markets, and credit risk. Prior to joining Frontier Energy, George worked at Camco Clean Energy and was responsible for originating and executing transactions in the Renewable Energy Performance Platform, a £140 million impact fund managed by Camco that focuses on renewable energy projects in sub-Saharan Africa. And prior to Camco Clean Energy, George worked as a transactor at the Standard Bank Group as part of East African Power and Infrastructure team based in Nairobi. George holds a BCom honors in finance from the Witwatersrand University in South Africa. So welcome, George. It's a pleasure to have you all with us. And I'm really excited at the conversation we're going to be having today. So we've had the previous speakers talk about barriers and what that means to them in their various capacities. So I'll start us off with one question that will cut across and that can open the conversation for our audience. And so I'll start with you, Angie. Could you tell us a time in your life when you faced a significant barrier and how you overcame it? And did this barrier, and how did you set out to break the barrier, or did it just happen?
When I think about barriers, I think about, there's like organizational barriers, there's societal barriers, there's personal barriers. And one barrier that I think fondly of, and I don't know why I use the word fondly, but I feel like it changed my life. When I got my fellowship to study at the New York University, I was very excited. I was going to be that girl trotting down Fifth Avenue, taking New York by storm. And 2 days before I started school, I ruptured my Achilles. And New York is a walking city. It's not a city for cars. If you can't walk, you can do nothing. And so I spent the next 3 months in a new city on crutches, hopping around, carrying a backpack. I couldn't wear high heels. It was actually quite dramatic. And so I was on crutches for 3 months, and my doctor gave me a clean bill of health. I didn't have surgery, and we were very excited. And the day he sent me back to the physiotherapist to do some additional exercises, it ruptured again. And so now I had another 3 months of being on crutches, and now we're in the middle of the winter, okay? And the minute it ruptured, I became that very African woman. I was on the floor, I was screaming, and they were like, maybe you should take an academic break and go back home. I told them, let me tell you, we are not going home because the brain is not working. Has not stopped working, right? The body might not be working, but the brain has not stopped working. But the number of barriers that I faced in that instance around ability to access spaces, people would say, we're going to this place and it's a 5-floor walk up. You just have to say, I can't come, because how are we going to walk up those stairs? There were places I couldn't go, I couldn't move fast. I had to redirect a lot of the resources that I had because, it costs more money to have your shopping delivered, because how are you doing grocery shopping? Just simple things that I had always taken for granted. And so for me, it was a very big physical barrier. But beyond the physical barrier was what it unlocked for me in terms of a mental barrier that I had, or an emotional barrier that I had around freedom of movement, around identity, because I'm a very confident, I can do whatever I need to do and do it very well. And suddenly I had to be reliant on people. You know, can you go and pick my printing from 4 floors down, right? And so the mental barrier of you are not an island, you don't need to stand alone and be very strong and be perfect, and life can shift, happened because of an Achilles rupture. And was it something, I mean, I don't think I planned on how to overcome that barrier, because sometimes these challenges, and I look at barriers as challenges, but also opportunities, are thrown into your face and thrown into your life, and the opportunity for you to just navigate them is what is most important. So when I think about that incident, when I think about all the other challenges that came through it, I don't remember feeling like I was going to break through that barrier. I just needed to be able to move from one step to another and recognize that in that process, I was navigating new instances, you know. The doctor would call me and he'd say, around my clinic, it's still very icy, so don't come today, because if you slip and fall again, I cannot guarantee that we will be able to heal that. So the barrier was even just making sure I don't rupture my Achilles again, making sure I can walk, making sure that, you know, I can finish my program and finish with, you know, good recommendations and just proceed with life, right? So for me, that barrier that I always think about was about pushing over mind, pushing over body, pushing over other people's opinions, pushing over my own opinions of myself. You know, I had to get rid of the dream of clickety-clacketing down Fifth Avenue with my high heels. It didn't happen. Carrie Bradshaw, sorry, we didn't meet. But that's the barrier that I think about. And it was more about how do you navigate life with those barriers, as opposed to how do you break through the barriers. Yeah.
That's such an amazing story. And to see how that shift in your mindset got you thinking about what else you could change. I mean, that must have planted a seed right there.
Absolutely.
In how your outlook in life would flow.
Yeah. And I can say that that has actually impacted the work that I do, and a specific area of passion. Hopefully I'll get to talk about it later on, in the space of diversity, equity, and inclusion, particularly for people with disabilities. Because while it was temporary, I was on crutches. I used to use the access points for just for people who are living with disabilities. When the bus would come, they would have to lower the bus, the ramp would have to come out, and you're like, ha! For me, the question I asked myself was, if this had happened when I was in Nairobi, would I have had the ability to be as independent as I was over there? And so, you know, when I do the work that I do in this space of advisory, it's also about challenging individuals and organizations to realize that you may not have been born with a disability, but if you have an accident, something could happen, and how do we ensure that we are more inclusive and equitable for those who end up having barriers, physical barriers, to their ability to move, to contribute, to access opportunities. Yeah. And to have meaningful engagements, in lives,
Thank you. I mean, definitely we're going to come back to the diversity, equity, and inclusivity aspect of it. And so we'll just move to Kirote, and could you just shed for us some more light on how you have encountered these barriers, what have they been, and how have you been able to break through?
Thanks, Sheila. And I think I thought about it very much the same way that Angie did, in terms of personal barriers, but then also systemic barriers, because I've encountered both, a wide range of them. But I thought to start with a personal one and how then it played out. So I had my firstborn Nia. At the time when I had her, I was working in the public sector, and our maternity leave at that time was 8 weeks. As in 8 weeks, you were to return to work. You did still have your annual leave, but thinking about it as a young mother, I was sure that I didn't want to use my annual leave as well at the same time, because there were many other commitments that were to come in the year. So after the 8 weeks, I think I extended by about 1 week, and then I went back to work. I remember that morning I woke up really early because I had my schedule. I needed certain things right in place so that by the time I come home in the evening, I find a healthy, happy baby who has adjusted well to life without me at 9 weeks. And around noon on the day that I returned to work, I got a phone call from the hospital that was next to where I lived saying, we have your child here, would you come? And I was petrified. In fact, I remember driving from Upper Hill to Langata where I lived with my foot shaking on the pedal the entire time because they wouldn't tell me what had happened. And when I got there, my baby had choked. And my support system, her nanny, who incidentally is still with us 18 years later, actually having gone through some St. John's training on first aid, did something and ran to the hospital. And I got to the hospital and they had managed to attend to her. And I remember the nurse asking me, where were you? And some of the barriers I have faced, even at a personal level, have really been around questions that have been asked. And I remember actually going home and asking myself and asking God, where was I? And where do you want me to be? It was a crucible moment for me at that particular time. And through a long process of internal soul searching and listening to God, I was clear that I was called to the marketplace, but I was also called to be a mother, and that this experience would mean something somewhere down the line to somebody. Let me fast forward. Did I intend to break any barriers? That was a really difficult moment. No, in fact, I would never have asked to go through that experience. No mother would want to go through that. But many years down the line now, almost 20 years down the line, I found myself last year in a position where I could take a decision about what happened with young mothers in the marketplace. And I had to come back to that experience. In fact, I was reminded in a dream, remember this, and don't do it the same way. And in that way, in our organization now, where I'm working and responsible for people transformation for human capital, we have changed our entire leave policy for mothers. One, we have increased the maternity leave to 4 months and 1 month annual leave, and on 1 month of annual leave. And on top of that, you can use what was previously compassionate leave only used for when you are bereaved. That can be used to attend to your children, either to take them to hospital or to watch over them when they are not well. And you do not have to have proof that they are not well. As a mother, you know, and you can take the leave to watch over them. And on top of that, also addressed men and allowed for 1 month paternity leave over and above what is a statutory period. And we are encouraging, by conversations, by empowerment, the men to actually use this leave to be a real support system and probably to take it when the mother has gone back to work, so that this child has a primary caregiver for 6 or more months. And for me, having started that conversation, even in the financial services industry, I have a lot more people calling me and asking me, so how did this come about? How do we do it? How do we change the narrative for our own organization? And in my organization, there are over 1,000 women. Our average age is 35 years. And so many of the women will be impacted by the new policies out of this one thing that really touched me at a deep level. So that's on the personal side. And I'll just speak very briefly about a systemic barrier that I faced. And it was quite a number of years ago. There was a presidential declaration. Do you know?
Come on.
People say a roadside declaration. It was a presidential declaration that 1/3 of all members of boards in the public sector at that time would be of a different gender. And I remember sitting with 3 friends, colleagues, and asking each other, did you hear? And what are people around you saying? And the predominant question that was there was, but where are these women who are supposed to, the president hadn't even said women, he had said a different gender, you know, and it was very possible in that moment to actually take offense by that question. But in sitting in that moment to recognize that offense is a real barrier to progress, it was to sit back and think, then what can we do? What is our part? What is my part in making it possible? And that's how Women on Boards actually was formed, to say there are a lot of people who are doing a lot of things. We're not in competition. We must collaborate. We must do our part. And doing our part meant setting up an organization to create a pipeline of board-ready women for Kenya and hopefully for Africa and for the world. And 10 years almost down the line, that vision is coming to life because we didn't take offense when that barrier was presented before us. So, Sheila, I think there are a number of other situations that I have faced in a similar way. But one thing that I have learned through all this is be present and be usable. That's really what I have learned from every barrier that comes up. Not everything has turned out well, but I know because I have this evidence that it will work out for good, not just for myself, but for others as well.
That's amazing, Curator. Wow. Just the thought of looking at what life can throw at you and how you take it, reshape it, and then put it back into the world, it can really yield a lot. I mean, from your daughter, choking at a young age, and then that question that the nurse asked you, like, where were you? I mean, you could have taken offense at that time, and I'm sure it would be a natural reaction as a mother to feel like, why would you judge me? And yet, you were operating within the parameters of the law at that time. But looking at what that has yielded for your organization, the benefits that now are being reaped by the young women, their childbearing age, 35 is still good, age group for child rearing and bearing. So it's amazing how the way the Women on Boards was born was simply because you chose not to take offense and to look at it through a different lens. So thank you for sharing with us. And so, George, we come to you and listening to this.
No, it's been very, very illuminating and, a lot of depth and from a barriers perspective. I think I'll take more of a systemic approach, just barriers within the sector. So as you had mentioned, I work for a fund manager and we invest in renewable energy projects across sub-Saharan Africa. So that's a hydro project, a solar park, a wind park, or geothermal. We build it, we start to generate the power, then we would sell it to a utility. So in Kenya's case, that would be Kenya Power, who would then provide lights or electricity to residential homes or to commercial clients. So for us in Kenya, you remember around 2010, we had a severe challenge of power, right, of electricity. There was a high demand, but the supply was limited. And at the time, Kenya started going through these severe droughts, and Kenya's major, electricity is generated mainly from hydros. So during the drought season, there's even a less supply of power. So at the time, there was quite a lot of talk of the private sector to help it, to plug the gap. Because majority of the power at the time was provided by the government, right, through KenGen and through and KPLC. And so what happened is there was a lot of talk of saying, the private sector have the expertise, they have the capacity. There's a lot of funding standing behind them because, these projects are very expensive. You're doing, as an example, a 50 megawatt wind park, it can cost from $100 to $120 million to build. So it requires a lot of capital. But the capital was there, the capacity was there, but there was certain barriers that were, meaning that they were not able to enter the space. They were not able to generate electricity and build these plants. And what we found out, there were these sort of challenges and barriers in the market. One was a regulatory challenge that, for a funder and an investor who's going to put over $100 million, they want to know that there's no bureaucracy process of knowing we have to get our permits, our licenses, and all of that. And at the time, it was quite opaque, right? So there was that risk. There was a risk from a financial consideration or commercial perspective of how they determine the tariff, right? Because in essence, the way it works is you'd have this contract with Kenya Power, and that would be your only client. So if you didn't have the right commercial considerations, you will not be able to make your return back. And also the challenges at the time, a lot of these projects required foreign cash inflows that was coming from outside of Kenya. And they would be getting their returns back in foreign currency. So if the tariff was not take that into account after a 20-year period, and they're looking at their returns, and that was causing a limit of them coming in. Then the other challenge was there was a risk allocation, right? Because you could start and build this whole plant, and then, as you know, a finance bill could come out the next day saying that taxes have gone up X% or new taxes introduced. And all of a sudden, again, the return for these international investors would be severely impacted. So we realized there were these severe barriers that were restricting access of private power producers to play in the space. So ourselves and a group of other power producers and financiers as well, we had to take stock of how do we overcome these barriers, right? So from a regulatory perspective, what we helped to start to draft was to come up with what they call the letter of support. In essence, it's an agreement how government will partner with the private power producers and say we'll contract and commit to fast track your processes in terms of getting the regulatory approvals, licenses, and you don't have to go through the opaqueness that others may have.
That's true.
We built certain financial models that took into account all the considerations required to set the right tariff and for it to be paid in foreign currency, just to give comfort to the investors. Within that same letter of support, there was requirements for what they'll say changing law, changing tax, so that if there was a change in tax that adversely affected the project, it would not be passed on to the specific project, so that the investors would have that comfort that the investment is protected. And the question that you asked before is, did it just happen? And the reality, no. We had to be very, very intentional because, and have a lot of conviction, because this was not overnight, right? This was many years in the making. There was a lot of setbacks and disappointments, but there had to be a conviction. But in addition to that, we had to have severe clarity on what these barriers were, right? Just the challenge sometimes is, they say there's a disease and a symptom, right? I have young children, flu is going around, right? And they have fever. And if you're just trying to always give them paracetamol, dealing the fever, without understanding what the underlying, and maybe it's a bacterial infection, it doesn't matter how much paracetamol you'll give, the baby will still be sick. So having clearly to articulate what those challenges were, what were those barriers that were holding us back was the first thing. The second thing is that within our entity, there were a lot of people who had a lot of international experience of investing and building these power projects, but we didn't have the local content, local knowledge, and the local branding. So we had to take a lot of time building the local brand, becoming a local authority within our space, within our sector. in essence, the go-to people, right? Speaking at conferences, but also if there are round tables and conversations like that, we were now having that seat, that authority figure. And what that resulted in the last is that we had to get invited into the room. We had to get access into that room, because what we found is that whether it's a figurative room, there were certain rooms, and in this specific case, within National Treasury and Ministry of Energy, where these decisions were happening, where these policy conversations were happening. And by building our capacity, our local branding, and our local expertise, we had to show proof and evidence and witness that we are able to be a player in this space. We have the solutions required.
Yeah.
Within that space, now we started having the conversations of saying, okay, if we're going to have this letter of support, how can we draft it? What are the things we need to put into that letter of support? What are the steps that can be applied, not just for our projects, but across the industry as a whole?
Yeah.
So through taking those intentional steps, at the time, we had very few private power projects in Kenya, but as of today, in addition to South Africa, Egypt and Morocco, Kenya is one of the major players within the IPP, the independent power producer space, with a lot of megawatts generated from the private space that to the point now we don't really have those blackouts and the power rationing to the extent we used to have in this day. So those were those systemic barriers that it wasn't based on things being unfair or people trying to exploit, but they were just systemic in the sense that, and they required just that thinking, that boldness, that conviction of charting a course to overcome them.
That's so amazing how you take a problem such as a lack of players in the market, find like-minded individuals and come up with a strategy that would then yield the results years later. And it's true, right now in Kenya, we're not suffering so many blackouts like we did before. I mean, sometimes you check on the internet and you look at other countries having load shedding issues and you're like, that was us a few years ago. But now we can see the fruit. And like you say, time is what has helped lift the barrier. It's become a component in resolving and in addressing what these barriers are. We've learned a lot from you, and I'm sure our viewers, you're learning a lot about independent power producers. I mean, this is something so significant for us, and it drives a lot of the agenda in the manufacturing and in different sectors. So thank you, George, for sharing with us. So many nuggets there to take as we go along. Wow, I feel like I'm in a masterclass again. All right, so Angie, I'll come back to you. And so you work a lot with people. You are a certified coach. You're head of transformation, and I'm sure that involves dealing with groups, individuals, institutions. So I want to just pose this question to you. What is the biggest barrier that people face in achieving their goals, and how can they overcome them?
Just one.
No. Let's flow.
Let's flow. If I think about my clients and I think about conversations I have with people that I work with, people that I interact with, and even if I think about my own journey, because we're also all on a journey. I like the way coaches, we act like, yeah, we've got the solution. We're all on a journey. I think the place that I'd like to start is about a narrow or limited view of who we are, our identity. Identity is like the core. I think some people jump to like purpose first, but for me, it's about a narrow and limited view of your identity. And every day you're bombarded by your family, by your friends, by society, your employer, the policeman, everywhere around you, you're bombarded with indicators of who everybody else thinks you are, right? And they interact with you in a certain manner. And we take those cues, we receive messages, we can feel disempowered. If you're a woman in a boardroom, some people will say you're aggressive as opposed to being assertive. Other places they will say you're weak, you're too loud, you're this, you're that. And it's very easy because those are very in-person messaging, whether verbal or just a reaction. When somebody sits next to you and then the body language just goes somehow, we take those cues and we embed that, we attach it to how we define who we are. And that definition of who we believe we are, that our perspective of our identity, is the one that determines then how we operate in the world. Whether we are able to break free and achieve our goals is heavily determined by what it is that you think about yourself. And so that's the first part for me. So if I think about just that thread of identity, then it's about asking yourself, do you really know who you are? And let's just start with, who does God say you are?
Absolutely.
Right? Because I could also every day go to the mirror and just be like, I am, and use that as an affirmation. But what is that affirmation grounded in, right? My coaching practice centers on helping people unlock abundance. Okay, so in the Bible, the verse in John chapter 10 that says, the thief does not come but to steal, kill and destroy. I am come that they might have life and have it in abundance. So what does that mean? It means that it's not just I'm alive and I'm here to be a coach, but it's that I can be multi-skilled, multi-talented, multi-passionate, able to impact both in the marketplace and in society and in religious institutions in so many different places. And then you can now go further and say, okay, what are all the other things that God says about me, right? I'm a child of God. No one is going to doubt that. So if you just think about, what does that mean if you are a child of God? What is the DNA of being a child of God? How do I conduct myself? I mean, this is God we are talking about, not a very powerful president. We're talking about the Almighty, the Creator. So if you have even a drop of that DNA, how does that allow you to operate in the world? In the book of Romans, it talks about being a son. Not son, male, female son, but like a son and the aspect of inheritance, being a co-heir with Christ. So if you are a son, how are you allowed to operate, I'm a daddy's girl. So when my father was alive, there's nothing I could not do. My father said it's okay. I even had the power of attorney for him at some point in time. So if God is saying that I am his son and that I am his child, that means I have power of attorney for certain things. It's possible, right? I am more than a conqueror. I am light. I am created by God. And we can just go on and on and on. Yeah. Now, if that's how we reframe our mind to understand our identity as given and determined, not by the world, but by God. Not because the world is bad, but you see, you don't know how the other person woke up. So I have no control over how the client that I'm about to engage with woke up and has decided they want to interact with me. Yeah. But if I take the time to remind myself of who I am, then I'm able to use that as my, should I call it my superpower, to encounter the world, to break through those barriers, to achieve things, right? Then following closely after that, now I think it's important to talk about purpose, because we are all here for different reasons, right? Yes. And so sometimes I say, there's no point trying to achieve a goal, but that was not your goal. I'm not a medical doctor. I don't like the sight of blood. I don't know that I will ever perform a surgery on anybody. So that is not the hill that I need to try and conquer. But and that's a goal that I may never be able to achieve, first because it's not my goal. But do I know what I am here for? As this person whose identity has now been secured in their understanding of who they are in Christ, then now I'm like, okay, so what has God asked me to do? I'm here to help individuals and organizations unlock the barriers that are preventing them from entering into abundance. So everything that I do, whether it is coaching, training, strategy, hiring, firing, sometimes you have to fire people, it is with the intention of helping people unlock their barriers. And so while I talk about people being multi-talented, multifaceted, multi-abled, multi, living in abundance, it also doesn't have to be in every single sector. True. You play a role, right? And so I would say, if I was to limit it to two, the thing that I see my humans around me struggling with, identity, and we spend a lot of time reframing what that is. purpose next. Why am I here? And then I can sneak in a third one. The third one is that your life has many, 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 many facets. And sometimes we have very singular views. So you say, I am here and I'm an accountant. And so it's like your whole world is just about being an accountant. But you are a daughter, you're a sister, you're a mother, you are a member of society, you're a human to yourself, you have things that you want to do, you want love, you want recreation, you want to have an impact. And if you look at your life in totality, it actually helps you realize that some of the goals that you're setting can unlock other goals in your life, and they can help you know which is the one that I want to prioritize. So those are three. I know you asked for one barrier, but those are three: identity, purpose, and recognizing that you're not a single-faceted individual. You're a multidimensional individual. It's so beautiful that this is how we've been created. And all of that is a superpower.
It is.
Yeah.
It totally is. I feel like you have just preached a sermon in that answering of that question. And it's true. If people do not understand their identity, then they will never fully recognize their purpose. And so I love how you have broken it down so that even for our viewers listening, they can sit down and look at, who do I say I am? And is your definition of yourself grounded in the Word of God? Or take stock and figure out, who is your definition of who you are grounded on? And then reevaluate that, and then recreate or redefine your identity, and then now log on to your purpose.
Yeah.
Without that, then we're just going to be going round Mount Moriah
Yes.
for the next
For
40
very
years,
long.
you know? But thank you so much for that. It feels like your clients then have a wonderful source of knowledge from you in terms of the direction that they're getting to be able to break those barriers.
As a coach, our opportunity, our task, our role is to spotlight questions, dark corners that people want to explore.
That's true.
And as we go on the journey with our clients, ask them questions that make them reflect, and then they can come up with, you know, solutions, ideas, frameworks that work for them. Naturally, we have a bag of tricks somewhere in the corner that we can reach into if somebody needs a template or whatever. But the most powerful thing about coaching is the ability for your client to come to that level of discovery and understanding for themselves. Because I am never going to be the expert of my client's reality. So all I can offer is a perspective, as if they were looking into a mirror, and ask them questions that they would never ask themselves, right? I mean, when was the last time you went to the mirror and said, who am I? It's not likely. But in a coaching session, I can ask that question. Who are you? How do you define yourself? What words do you use? When people ask you to introduce yourself, how do you introduce yourself? Do you dash and say, I am the head of transformation? Or do you say all of the aspects of who you are? And how does that drive your purpose? How does that drive your existence in this world?
Amazing. Love that. Yeah, I think it's time we ask the man in the mirror. I think it's high time we really look at the man in the mirror and get that definition right.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Or you can call Kirote and I, and we'll ask you.
We will schedule. We shall schedule after this and ask for the man in the mirror. Okay, so and Kirote, what role? Just listening to what Angie has shared, and just the whole discussion of identity and purpose. So our question to you would be, what role does mindset play in breaking barriers, and how can one cultivate the right mindset to break these barriers?
Sheila, it's so interesting as I'm listening to Angie. Surely it is just one spirit, because actually where I started in thinking through what that means started from the place of recognizing, first and foremost, when it comes to breaking barriers, your mind is the most powerful organ that you have, and you must train it well. And the beginning of training, from my understanding, is with the question, who am I? And that question is profound because someone, actually anonymous, wrote, life is too short to spend it at war with yourself. So you're busy fighting yourself, you will not know how to address the barriers that are coming so that it can be impactful for this generation and the next. So self-governance is, I'm passionate about governance. Self-governance is where it all begins, because if your mind is in the frame that I understand deeply who I am, what my identity is, if I understand clearly what my purpose is, my purpose is to simplify complexity, providing sustainable solutions for generational impact, passionate about putting in place governance systems that will outlive me. So it means that with every situation that comes my way, there will be questions I will need to ask. When I am looking at this issue and articulating how to break this barrier, does it provide clarity?
True.
Is it sustainable, this solution we're looking at? Does it deal with complexity, or does it dumb down the situation? Am I using my voice? And is God in it? Is God in it? And to come to that place of a real understanding of who you are, your purpose, your mission, the values that you espouse and can never be shaken when the situations become rough, the qualities, the skills, the talents that you have that will all be brought to bear because you are a whole person. Then there are two other aspects that I have found that help us cultivate the right mindset to face those barriers. The first is, one, having tillable ground in your mind, creating tillable ground. In Matthew 13, remember that parable of the sower. We remember the seeds that fell on the path, the ones that fell in the thorns, the ones, in shallow ground. But I'm not sure we look deeply enough into the ones that fell on good soil. My presumption is that if you're at this point of really having clarity in your purpose, having clarity in the lens with which you see the situations around you, you're a good soil kind of person, you know? But then that good soil, remember, it bore fruit 30-fold, 60-fold, 100-fold. And 30-fold is really fantastic. I think it's amazing.
Produce.
It's produce.
It's bumper.
60 is, wow, above half, yeah? But what then does it take to be in that mindset that allows time after time, situation after situation, barrier broken after barrier broken, to be in the 100-fold category? I'm not talking about perfection. I'm talking about excellence and having your mind being tillable ground that can produce 100-fold time and time again. Small assignments, big assignments. Today, for a week, for a year, for a lifetime, for a generation. What does it look like to be producing that 100-fold? So that is part of cultivating the mindset. Asking yourselves those questions. Who am I? Being clear about that. And is my mind the tillable ground of Nkirote? You're 100-fold kind of girl. You're not of the, those other varieties, they are great. But this one is where you have been put on earth for. The third actually, was the abundance mindset. And that's why I'm saying it's one spirit. Because I found that cultivating the right mindset is about abundance. And how do you do this practically? Now, simplifying complexity, it starts with gratitude. Seeing what I have and recognizing that there is nothing I have done to deserve it. Whatever I have today, I have seen the goodness of God all my life. He has been so, so faithful. And therefore, I look at situations with that mindset. And that is part of cultivating the good ground. The second is, what's that you have in your hand? You know? People get caught up, paralysis by analysis. Now we have broken down the problem, like George, we are clear about it, but then now we are looking for that solution that will be launched on Nation Media tomorrow. No. What's that you have in your hand? What is your part? I have a good friend who keeps telling me, I have heard you, Nkirote, you're the man for the job or the girl for the job. Purpose is gender agnostic. The issue is this. What's that you have in your hand? How are you going to use it for your part in this story, in breaking this barrier? Thirdly, remember to see the win-win in every situation or assignment that you're given. It's so easy to fall into the mindset of who is losing as I win, or who is winning as I lose. The competition mindset. Yet it is all about understanding that in every situation there's the win-win. And finally, when the time, we talked about time earlier, Isaiah 60:22, when the time is right, I, the Lord, will make it happen. We strive so hard, to break those barriers. We strive so hard. But if the time isn't right, it's not going to happen. So be present, be usable. It may be today, or tomorrow, or in a lifetime. But when the time is right, God will make it happen and the barrier will come down.
Absolutely.
So, I guess that's it. That's my thought.
That's amazing. It's powerful what the mind is capable of. And like you said, it's the most powerful organ we have in our being. And it's what God has instilled in us. So if we know who we are, basing from what Angie has shared with us, if we can redefine our identity and then discover our purpose and then have the right mindset and believe that we are the good soil that can yield the 100-fold, then abundance becomes part of life. And therefore breaking barriers becomes a norm. If we're able to apply consistency and excellence at what we do, then there's nothing to stop us from yielding the 100. I mean, if God has called it into us, who are we to now redefine, go back and shackle ourselves to the old identity and then stick in what is holding us back? And we're here to shatter the limits that are holding us back. So I love what you shared with us. And I'm sure for our listeners, these are tips that we can use day by day in our workplaces. Take these nuggets and apply them, because it's certainly going to change your life. And so, George, we come to you, and listening to how this bag of tricks that the coaches have, they're able to pull out tidbits here and there to be able to help people. So how have mentors helped you break barriers in your career and marketplace assignments? And how are you mentoring others as they come up?
I think the first thing is to get the numbers of these
coaches, right?
It can go a long way. I think going back to what I said earlier, I think it's a theme. We talked about the figurative room, where barriers are broken, right? And that room there are certain characteristics of that room, right? The first one is access. You have to have access into that room, right? And you get access by being an authority figure, as mentioned, what we have done in our sector. You have access by being a solution provider. As the known solution provider, you can have access through having a representative or a group of people within that sector and be that sole voice. And you can also have access by having access to the gatekeepers of that room, right? That's always the first characteristics is access. The second one is every room has a language, right? And you need to know what the language of that room is and the protocol. Because you come in speaking what you want to speak, it's as quickly as you got into that room, you could be thrown out, right? If you just don't understand the language of that room, you don't understand the protocol of what operates in that room, then the chances of you remaining in that room can be quite difficult. And then last sort of characteristics is the wisdom to influence that room, right? Because I think there's an aim that you're not just a number in that there is an expectation that you can influence that room, right? Yeah. It requires you to sometimes to recast the vision. You know, maybe the initial vision is I just want to be a fly on the wall, but there has to be an expansion of that vision of saying there's more than that, right? There has to be an in-depth understanding of that language, right? Because there's one thing of knowing the language, but how do you use that language in that room? How do I speak what needs to be spoken? There's also an element of having a boldness and a conviction, because if you're speaking to cabinet secretaries or PSs or even facing the president, there's a boldness of speaking truth to power. True. There's a certain conviction that you must have, because sometimes those barriers that we're facing have been set in that room for a purpose, right? And not everyone is going to be excited to break that barrier. And so coming back to the question, you talked about mentorship and the role that plays. You know, the one thing that kept coming in my spirit is just the story of Esther and Mordecai, right? Because she sort of went through all those same steps, right? Mordecai came in, he had an understanding of where she is. This was an orphan girl, right? Her expectations and her thoughts, her visions, her views were not that high, but there was a build-up. He came and he started to encourage her, saying, you know, he started to train her, to empower her, right? To the point where she was given even access into that room. When she was there, he gave her advice, you know, listen to the eunuchs, find out how the language is, the protocol of how do you approach the king. Yes. And she built up that acumen as well. And to the point where now, after she got in and she was excited, she was the queen and everything was all good. There was now, he gave her a key role a mentor plays is to broaden that vision, because sometimes I'm sure the coaches will sit here will know that someone can come and give you a vision and you're like, that's really good, but there's so much more. There's so much more, right? And you know, Mordecai says you've been prepared for a time such as this, right? And a coach can have, or a mentor can have that role of just enlarging, right? With the right questions, enlarging and saying there's so much more that you can achieve through this, through that seat in that room. You're not just there as a voice, you're not a fly in the wall, but you can have an influence, right? Absolutely. And they can empower you of teaching you how to speak that language. Because the reality is, whether you're in the energy sector or legal or healthcare, the core principles are the same. The specifics are different, right? And that's what mentors have, is they have that experience of going ahead, of knowing exactly how those rooms operate, right? And how then you can start to build that influence. So I think even for me personally, as I joined into the space I'm in, the energy space, having those people who've already gone ahead. There's sometimes I was able to go into meetings I had no right being in, because I was connected or attached to somebody who was going into that meeting, because he was letting I was taken in with me as well. So I think all these things are key, but I just liked what the lady said, is the aspect of identity and mindset is, without those, it doesn't matter where you go, which room, because there'll be a challenge in that room. There'll be someone who doesn't want the barrier to be broken, and having that identity of knowing what's placed in you and the mindset to know that, yes, this is what I was prepared for. And even just going back to the beginning, as part of identity is, once you know yourself, your ability to understand the environment that you're in, and mentor can help with that, because if you don't understand the assignment or the purpose, it's very hard to be successful in it, right? And a mentorship helps you with those right questions, that right guidance to unearth, right? You know, it says you have 8 hours to cut down a tree, you know, spend 6 hours sharpening the axe. And sometimes that's what that mentorship is, sharpening that axe, so that when you're in execution mode, you can go, but there's a clarity in what's expected of you or what's expected of the situation. What is that barrier you're trying to do? Why it's you trying to break it, you know, and not somebody else, and all those things, so that, because I think, you know, the ladies will confirm, there will be storms, right? There will be setbacks and challenges, and plenty of opportunity to turn back and say, you know what, that's not for me, right?
Pull a Jonah.
And just say, hey, right? So that identity and the strength and that's why also having the right mentor, right? Because this very easily, you know, even you read some of the stories in the Bible, sometimes the wrong person can come and say, what's that vision you have? What's that dream? You know, Joseph had this amazing dreams, and his father says, why are you thinking of such things, right? And sometimes God can take you out of those places that have the wrong mentors, the wrong influences over your life, because just that wrong voice speaking into you can kill a whole vision that was for generations, right? So having, I think, just going back to that identity, so you're very quick to hear if there's a voice that is contrary to where you're going, that you can very quickly disassociate yourself on that. Just you have the right people with you on that journey.
Yeah. Amazing how just when we break it down, everything just comes back and it ties in so beautifully together, because if we don't know who we are, we can't identify our purpose. If our mind is not right. So if we do not know where we're going, then we do not know the potential that we have, and we do not know who to partner with, because at this point, by the time we have discovered all this, we have to move like Esther and Mordecai. There has to be a model, and because we're here, we have to model Christ. So even in the marketplace, it's for us to identify who can we model ourselves against, or rather in the marketplace, but word is benchmark. That is a common term. Who do we benchmark against, and who can we copy so that we're able to now get to the next level? And so in the journey of mentorship, like you've shared with us, George, it's how do we also identify these mentors, and how do we make sure we get everything we can learn from them and enjoy the favor of having access to the rooms that they take us into? Because that's the other aspect I believe that mentorship can give us. It grants a measure of favor that flows with the access into those rooms, and it gives us, you know, the potential and acceleration to breaking those barriers. Thank you, George, for that. Wow, this conversation is really
Sheila,
growing. Yes.
maybe just to add on, I think understanding, as far as mentorship is concerned, understanding seasons is critical, and seeing those relationships for what they are, and allowing God to put the right kind of relationship in your life at the right time. Because there are times when you need a mentor, as George has described, and that is what is needed at that time for that season. There are times when you need a coach, someone who will hold up that mirror and challenge you constructively around the vision. Other times, George has mentioned, you need a connector. They don't have time, energy for mentorship, but they can connect you to the right people, to the right room.
Yes.
Sometimes you need a sponsor, and we have killed that word here in Kenya, but sometimes that's all you need. Somebody who will use the great cachet of social, professional network capital to open doors for you that could never be opened by anyone else. And when you recognize it and see the season for that relationship, then you're able to also let it go with gratitude and do the same for someone else. So sometimes I just wanted to bring about the fact that sometimes we hang on so hard for so long, you know. But understanding that season and then knowing what then to do as you learn to do for someone else is really critical. So mentorship, but also the coaching, the connecting, the influencing the sponsoring, I think are critical for all of us as leaders.
Absolutely. And that all just ties in with what George had alluded earlier in terms of the access, the language, and the wisdom of how those rooms and those relations should be handled. Thank you for expounding on that, Kirote. Thank you so very much. Angie, back to you. So, again, about your peoples, that, as you lovingly refer to them, your humans. How do you encourage them to balance between pushing themselves to breaking barriers while also taking care of their mental and emotional well-being?
Me, I think this is the reason why the understanding that you are not here to do everything. Eh? This whole figuring out the world, but it does not rest only on you. And we are all created with something, and every joint will supply, right?
Absolutely.
So I think for me, the first thing is to recognize that we are here on like a marathon, but that marathon is, it may feel like a marathon purpose for us, but it's actually a very small part of the ultimate eternal journey of establishing God's kingdom here on earth, in whichever dimension that you're supposed to be. So I was thinking about it this morning, and I was Ineos when Eliud Kipchoge did his amazing feat of running, breaking the barrier, sub 2 hours. He had 40 plus pace setters. 40 plus, who some of them actually, had they been given the opportunity, may have run that race even better than him. But they were appointed in that season to set a pace for him so that he could break that barrier, right? And so when you think about a pace setter, why do we have pace setters? We have pace setters so that even down to things like aerodynamic, like how is the air flowing, they're in a triangle in front of them. The pace setter determines the speed that you need to run at to be able to get to your final destination alive. Alive and successfully. A pace setter also makes sure that you don't use very excessive behavior to win the race. Because you see, like now when we're all running the race together, Kirote and I will just be there, I'm thinking, what do I need to do so I can stumble her? But the pace setter is saying, we just want you to run the race. We want you to run the race well and get there happy, healthy, whole. You haven't destroyed everyone, because again, back to the abundance mindset, I have just my role to play. And even that role is bigger than I'm already playing. So when you recognize that it's not all on you to achieve the whole attainment of all the purposes, you just have to do your part. And remember, again, I said, we are multifaceted. We have many dimensions. We were not created to only be a coach. We're created to be many things, and those are all helping to push this journey along. Then you need to pace yourself. And so for me, the pace setter analogy is the one that I like to use. And there will be times when they have to enter into a sprint. There are times when it's tough. That deadline is tomorrow. The bill is about to pass. If you don't go through and do what you need to do and transnight, as we have all done it, then it's not going to work. But then there's also the time when now you switch off the car and the engine has to cool down, right? It's a reason why we sleep. It's a reason why if you're doing a health fast, your body needs to take time to restore and to regenerate. So if you're in this race for the long run, you have to find a way to pace. And that's what helps with your mental and your emotional well-being.
Amazing. I love that analogy you've used, that even a car gets switched off. Otherwise, it'd be running the whole night, right? Just wake up in the morning, jump into it, pedal to the metal, and off you go. And so, and that's something I think our audience really needs to take to heart, that you do not have to be everything to everyone every single time, that you do have a role that you play. You have a role, Kirote has a role, George has a role, I have a role. And even the Bible tells us that the different parts of the body have their own role to play. But we are one body. Everybody has their role in the wheel of life to make sure that everything is flowing and doing so. I like that. I like that everybody needs to know their place. Thank you so much. And Kirote, looking at, just listening to your bio as I read it out, I remember earlier I asked you, how many hours do you have in a day? Sometimes we look at the accomplishments and the tasks that we have to do every single day, and we just wonder, how am I going to get through it? So my question to you is, how do you balance all the hats you wear at the same time and still have impact?
Wow, that question is deeper than you think. There is a quote I once read from one of the early books by Sheryl Sandberg that actually gave me a lot of freedom. She said, so there's no such thing as work-life balance. Huh? There's work, and there's life, and there's no balance. You are a whole person, multifaceted, and what it needs is to be clear who you are, what is your part in all those roles. And for me, I needed to come to a place so that I can pursue my assignments with boldness, clarity, and urgency to define what is the irreducible minimum. You know that thing, the irreducible minimums. I am clear that what I will be held accountable for when I meet my Maker is being a devoted daughter to Him first and to my earthly parents, whoever they may be at any point in time. To be a friend, a true friend to my husband. To speak truth to him and never to desert him. To my children, to ensure that they are walking in truth and being God's great pleasure. No wonder they are called purpose and delight, Nia and Anis. Yeah? And to those others that God brings into my life in different facets, to be diligent in identifying the assignments that will lead them across the river to what God has called them to be. And to execute that assignment with boldness, with clarity, and with courage, and then to let go. That last one, it has caused me enormous problems in my life. You know, it has caused that letting go, knowing they have crossed the river to what God has called them to be, and now I no longer have a part in that story. There is no glory for me. The glory must go back to the one who called me to that assignment and who called them to be what He has called them to be. So, some tips. I had to let go of perfectionism. I was one of those peoples. The house looks like this. The children are smart like that. The things on my desk are color-coded, and the matching, we must match. We must match. You know, like that. There come a time where that perfectionism must go because we must flow. I think I was taught that by a pep Angie. We must let go and flow. Unplugging, and I think Angie has talked about it. The car must go off at some point. Must learn to just unplug and plug into the right source to get the power and and what we need for the next part of the journey. That includes also taking care of ourselves, our body. This body, there is no other. It's the one that is going to get us from here to there, wherever it is that we are going. So that's part of it. The support system. I always talk about, I think I mentioned Stella, who she was my parents' helper when I was in university. She came to us when my daughter was born, or just before she was born. She has stayed with us, and after my dad rested last year, has gone back to my mother to be her companion. That support system, once you know who your support system is, take care of them, love them. They're your destiny helpers. You must remain accountable for them as you are for your own children, you know. And then just remembering that what holds it all together is your faith. If you don't keep cultivating your relationship with your maker, with your Father, then all this comes to naught.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess that's it. So I don't have visions of grandeur around balancing things. I don't approach the day like that.
Yeah.
I wake up and I'm like, so what's the plan for today? If time will be expanded, it will be expanded. And what needs to be done today will get done. But yes, for another whole conversation, not this panel, is that letting go, the mastering the handoffs, because it's critical to be impactful, to actually understand your assignment, execute it boldly, and let go, to then be allowed to do something else.
Wow.
Yeah.
When you talk about letting go, I'm just thinking, as a parent, I'm like, what? Letting go it sounds like, it's like you want to do a surgery on your heart and just, park it on the side. But yeah, it is part of the journey. Letting go is part of the journey for sure. And I like that there is no work-life balance. There's life and there's work and there's no balance. You just move as we go along. Wow, so now that brings us to our last discussion together. And we just want to quickly delve into the emerging issues aspect. And, looking at the present times that we're living in, there are many emerging issues that are affecting development and literally are impacting how we handle our various marketplace assignments. And so, Angie, just focusing on the aspect of governance, in your opinion, how does governance influence or inform how we can break barriers in the context of diversity, equity, and inclusivity? And if you could just demystify for us what inclusivity and equity really mean in the workplace, because I think there are a few misconceptions and assumptions on what those terms mean.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. This brings me joy. And again, another panel, but we will try very hard to keep it tight. When I have conversations about diversity, equity, and inclusion, I like to use a question frame to define what we mean. Diversity is asking who is in the room or who is not in the room. Equity is asking who is trying to get into the room and what are the barriers that are preventing them from getting into the room. Then you structure things to address those barriers. Inclusion is asking, has everyone that is in the room felt heard, valued, understood, respected? And then you can even add their belonging, right? Do they feel like they belong? So when you look at it like that, first of all, there's a human imperative. Like, we are all God's children, we were all created. So none of this sounds difficult, none of this sounds problematic, right? But if you do need to add a governance lens to it, governance then requires the ability to put in place policies, structures, systems. I'm sure Nkirote can talk about that much better than I can. That will, first of all, primarily take care of those who are disenfranchised, those who are not present, those who are not even in the room, who don't even know that there's a room to get into, first of all.
They know there's a room.
Yes. And one of the biggest ones I mentioned earlier is the global statistic is about 13 to 15% of humanity, of 8 billion people, could be living with some form of disability or another. They don't even know that there's a room that they can get into because the room didn't consider a ramp, closed captioning, any of the other accessibility tools. So governance, if you want to think about it that way, has the ability to put in place the structures that would now remove the barriers, which starts to address equity and starts to address inclusion. I think when it becomes a very emerging topic is because we look at things, again, in a very singular manner. So there's a slide that I always use that sort of looks at the different dimensions of diversity and what are the components that we're talking about. In our work, there's something called intersectionality. You are not just an extrovert, and you're not just a female, and you're not just a Kenyan. You are all of those things together. And all of them affect how you view
the world. So when we look at, some of the, I think you called it the emerging trends or things that are coming up, particularly if we look at DEI has become more skewed towards a conversation around members of the LGBTQI plus community than anything else in the wheel. And the wheel has race, it has gender, it has religion, it has ethnicity, it has physical ability, education background, social economic status, urban versus rural. Did you live in the time of COVID or were you there during World War II? There are so many aspects that affect how we view and encounter the world. And so I get very worried when, the opportunity to celebrate God's creation, God's diverse creation, gets minimalized to the rights of one group that may or may not fit with how people view the world, right? And it is but a choice that is made. And then we get very caught up and we risk ignoring the things that really matter. Are we taking care of humanity? Humanity, God's creation first, right? If you look in Kenya, a lot of the governance work around DEI looks at gender, people living with disability, and ethnic representation or tribal representation. We haven't even gone into age. We haven't even gone into professional backgrounds or religion. We haven't even gone there because we haven't yet taken care of the basics. So what I say is when we do diversity and inclusion work, look at the entire spectrum of what it means. And remember that our role as believers in the marketplace is to first love God's creation.
In totality.
In totality. Right? And then there will be other conversations that can be had and they should be had. But I believe that we are at risk of throwing out the baby with the bathwater because we are not saying, first of all, God created us and none of us here look the same. He didn't even create us looking the same. So can we talk about how to remove barriers? Break the barriers, but let's also remove them. But not all of them need to be broken, they just need to be removed. Can we talk about how to remove the barriers that are preventing people from participating in the spaces that they are meant to be?
Amazing. And we're going to put up that slide for the audience to see it so that they can appreciate the different parameters and the paradigms that you're talking about. And to just think that as a country, we're only addressing 3, and we are yet to even tackle the gender one.
We haven't cracked it, but we're making some very good strides.
Amazing.
I must give credence.
Amazing. Yeah. Wow. Learning a lot. I hope you're learning as we go along. And George, just to bring this conversation still around the area of governance, inflation, and climate change, because you're in the renewable energy and infrastructure development space. How, in your opinion, how does climate change, inflation, governance, how do they inform and how can they help to break barriers in the areas of renewable energy and infrastructure investments?
I think it's a good question, and the thing that comes to my head is definitions, right? Definitions. We have to have definitions, and even connected to identity is that in this world, a lot of people are telling everybody what's important all the time, right? And it's if you're very open to everything, right, then something Angie mentioned, you're going to start to break barriers which may not even exist, right?
Perceived.
And perceived barriers because there's a phrase. You have to have such a clarity. The phrase I was going to say is that in life there are rubber balls and glass balls, right? And they all go up in the same time, which the glass ball is that critical one that if it bounces, it breaks, it shatters, it's done. But it's the rubber ball. It can bounce a few times and you can still collect it now, depending on how the world perceives things. And in different jurisdictions, different areas, glass balls in one area could be a rubber ball in another, right? And different perceptions may have different importance to certain things, right? So if you allow a certain group of people to come and influence, and you don't have the strength of your identity and of your convictions, then all of a sudden you're starting to go down a path that was not your path to go down, right? So I think even as we speak with climate and with inflation, right? And we have to have a clear definition because for me, those are the results. Inflation, right? It's a result of the decisions that you're going to make, right? So it's when I talk about definitions and saying the strategy, what is the goal that we're trying to achieve, right? We have to be able to articulate that. If it's in development, what is that goal? How do we articulate what that goal, what are we trying to achieve from a developmental aspect? With respect to that goal and the strategy, what are those glass balls that we have to be mindful in terms of achieving that goal, and what are the rubber balls, and how do we manage that? Because if everyone is a glass ball, you can't catch them all, right? So it's to have that perspective, that clarity is critical. You know, with respect to governance and inclusivity, I think Angie spoke so much on that. Maybe the only thing I'll add is that we have to be very aware not to have this thing as what's the phrase? You know, like just a tick box exercise, right? The worst thing is to put someone in the room that is not prepared for that room, that is not trained or equipped for that room. And sometimes you hear in different spaces and places where that happens, right? And the person is there meant to represent a disenfranchised group, but they're actually representing they're a puppet for somebody else in the background who's controlling. So they're meant to be representing a marginalized group, but they're actually representing the person who is always in power, and then it defeats the purpose. And she spoke about having the systems and the structures that make sure, and that's what governance is.
Absolutely.
It sort of sets the rules that people are allowed to play. And if there's a lack of governance, where there's a lack of clarity of the rules, or there's a lack of accountability. Because in most countries they say the problem is not the rules. Everyone knows the rules. It's just are they followed or not, and are there penalties, right? And we have to have clarity with respect to that and pace ourselves, but we also have to say, right, what we may have these structures, but what's the accountability sitting behind the structures? That's right. We're not just ticking boxes, right? And because that's how the world is, right? And you know, there's some tweets you hear about, you hear about ESG, right? And I think Elon Musk always talks about how oil companies have higher ESG ratings than renewable car and EV companies, right? And it's from the perspective that they've figured out the box, right? They ticked everything, right? And within the rules, right? It's allowed, but that now governance is having the right people in the room
to do the right thing.
To chart those definitions, those perspectives, and to know not every perspective is going to be applied throughout, right? Sometimes COVID can come, your ability to pivot and all these things. And so that wisdom within that room so that we keep the main thing, the main thing. Yeah.
We don't get sidetracked with agendas and move on and forget what was the initial purpose of addressing that.
As well,
and bring the right voices. I like what you said. Because if we start bringing the wrong people to the right rooms, then the conversation becomes prolonged, because then you have to sit and make them understand why are we doing this, and sort of prolong the process unnecessarily. George, thank you so much for that. Kirote, as we're winding up, again, there are many emerging issues similar to what George has shared, that are impacting various sectors. That's climate change, inflation, governance, the ESG reporting that George has shared. So the question is, how can organizations and individuals adapt and respond to these emerging issues?
Thanks, Sheila. And I think for me, the way the aha moment for me was taking a short survey around my lifestyle, mine, not the organization, not everybody else, but my lifestyle, and what it means to this globe. And I think I'll share the link, and we can put it. We can look at it.
We'll put up the link.
Yes, there'll be a link where it takes 5 minutes, and the outcome was the way I and my household and my family are living. It will take 8 Earths in the next 40 years to sustain my lifestyle.
Come again?
8 Earths in the next 40 years to sustain my lifestyle. And I'm not talking about my neighbor's lifestyle. What I'm bringing this to is this. All these issues, whether it is climate change and unsustainability in our environment and the way we live, whether it is issues relating to inflation, the level of debt we are taking, vis-a-vis what we are generating productivity, whether it is in governance of individuals, of families, of communities, of countries, of continents, of the world, it starts with me. And self-disruption has to happen in order to start making a meaningful shift. So that means each one of us has to take the intentional step to take a step back and evaluate your own life, your family, your business model, the national governance model, and figure out where the chain is breaking. Secondly, for those of us who are called to it, and I believe many of us are called to it, to start applying system thinking. And that's what both George and Angie have talked about. To see the connectivities and to see the flows in the value chain that are required to make those changes, and to use your voice where you have been called with what you have in your hand to ensure that we knit together the chain again to a sustainable and accountable lifestyle for ourselves, for our country, for our continent, for the world, and for the next generation. We can't sit back in our cocoons, mumbling and grumbling about things which we ourselves are contributing to. And finally, it is just to remember that change management doesn't just happen. Change does not just happen. We will have to take the full change management cycle as individuals, as families, as communities, as organizations, as a country, as a region, as a continent, and to be ready for what that means. I don't think we're there yet. And that's why it's so much easier for us to go to the street. And maybe I'm being rash about this, but it's so much easier to step out into the street without evaluating and putting forward what it is I am going to do to make that difference. So that's my challenge, Sheila, to all of us. Take a step back, evaluate, start applying some system thinking, and make the changes. Before you go out, to speak about it.
Amazing. Wow. What do you say after that? And so, unfortunately, it seems I'm being told that we're out of time. But this conversation could go on and on and on. So just in 1 or 2 minutes, could you give your parting shots to our audience? After such a wonderful, wonderful conversation, I wish we had 3 more hours to do this. And I know our wonderful audience, wherever you're listening to us from, I hope you are amazed at the amount of information that is out here, the things you can apply, the strategies you can employ, tactics, tricks. We have coaches here. We'll put up their contacts. You'll be able to get in touch with them, and they'll be able to help you as you go along and intentionally break those barriers that you have. So we'll do a quick round of parting shots. We'll start with you, Angie, and then Kirati, and then George, and then we'll wrap it up. Karibu, Angie.
Which is the camera?
Which
is
this
one?
Yes, of that.
My parting shot is that it starts with you. Governance starts with you. Purpose, you need to know who you are. Your identity needs to be firm and secure in order for you to make a difference. So take the time to know who you are and operate effectively with excellence and mastery, determination, energy, led by God.
in the space that you have been called to.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Angie. Kirote? Look into that.
My parting shot is this: if you have nothing to be confident about, be confident or know this one thing, that God who started a good work in you, he will complete it, with or without your cooperation, whether you are present or not. Whatever people say or do not say about you, he will complete that work. What are you going to do? Over to you.
My friends, I hope you're listening. The call is on you. George?
Wow, those are real parting shots right there. So,
Really parting
Over to you, George. Over to you.
I'm already sweating right here. But, so I think there's a quote. It says, the biggest frustration in life is trying to climb the mountain in one step. And this journey of breaking barriers, it is exactly that. It's a journey. You won't be able to do it everything at that point in time. There's a lot of growth, there's a lot of development. But I think the key phrase is that the journey is not about the destination, but transformation. The reality is, by the time you get to the point where you're breaking that barrier, you will not be the same person that you are today. So take that time, allow yourself to go through that growth, that change, that development, that unveiling of what God has in store for you.
Thank you. Wow. I think this brings us to the end of this panel discussion. We just want to say thank you very much, Angie, Kirote, George. Thank you so very much for sharing your wisdom, your experiences, your strategies, possible solutions to our audience. And I hope that what we have discussed today will catapult you, will accelerate you to your next and be able to break your barriers and to shatter the limitations that are holding you back. And as we wind up, I just want to leave you with a quote by the former president of the United States, Ronald Reagan. And it says, there are no constraints to the human mind, no walls around the human spirit, no barriers to our progress except those we erect ourselves. And so with that, we just want to thank you so very much for joining us. And I'm going to hand it over back to Gloria and Sylvia. Thank you.
Wow, Sylvia, what an incredible journey UNSTUCK 2023 conference has been. We've heard from inspiring keynote speakers, an amazing panel discussion.
Yeah.
All our speakers have shared so authentically from their hearts and from their experiences, and we're really honored to have had them here today. Before we wrap up, we'd like to appreciate our keynote speakers, Peter Njonjo, Malele Ngalu, and Teresa Njoroge, and our panelists, George Thara, Nkirote Moria Njiru, and Angie Gashui. Thank you for sharing your stories so authentically.
We'd also like to acknowledge our partners and sponsors, Lumina Digital, which is a team of creatives that produce digital content. From concept to post-production, they aim to bring together creators and their communities. We also have Starab Lounges. As you saw the beautiful furniture on set, that is Starab, and they're a leading supplier of lounge furniture. We also have Floral Art Kenya, who gave us these beautiful flowers that you can see on set. And the Floral Design Company gives you that wow factor with every design. Then we have Bez Collective, a community of African artists with the aim of building an ecosystem of creative thinkers who can shape the world of tomorrow and impact the coming generations. Talk to them for all your art. As you can see, that green painting, that other one on set, that's Bez Collective. Finally, we have individual partners who came together to support this conference. We are very, very grateful. Thank you to each one of you, and God bless you.
If you have enjoyed today's session, we invite you to follow us on our social media platforms shown on the screen below and to keep updated with the various points of engagement. At Kingdom Business Solutions, we run signature events throughout the year. We have the Women Rising event, which was birthed from the book Women Rising and has taken women through a journey of healing. And our last event was about vision and prayer. Then we have the KBS Youth event run by our very own youth, and we really celebrate them for that. Their sessions are very, very power-packed. We also have the Men Impacting Differently, and their last event was on taking back our territory. We also have the UNSTUCK conference, which also has the UNSTUCK masterclasses. You can catch the previous masterclasses on the KBS YouTube channel. Then we have the Thanksgiving and Reflection Retreat, usually in November at the end of the year, which gives a chance for us to take stock of the year and plan ahead into the next year. And we also have the Just Angie digital platform, which is packed with inspiring and amazing content, which we encourage you to plug in. You can check on the information on your screen. To get more information on this, you can contact Kindle Business Solutions on the contact on your screen, or write an email to info@kindlebusinesssolution.org.
Thank you so much, Gloria. Definitely plug in, especially if you're looking for, for content around these conversations and more. There's Just Angie. Make sure to check that out. It's on YouTube and every other point of contact that Gloria has mentioned. We'd like to thank you for being with us this far. It's been an honor and a pleasure to host you. We hope that you have been energized. We hope that these conversations have inspired movement in your life and broken barriers. We'd like to thank Apostle Andrew Murenga, who's the driving force behind this event, behind UNSTUCK, for seeing it through 11 years now, and always graciously bringing power-packed people to come and feed us and move us to the next level. Gloria and I have loved being your hosts today, and we look forward to the next time. To close us out, we'll invite back Apostle Andrew Murenga. Welcome, Apostle Andrew.
Oh, I'm so grateful I have my tambourine today. Wow. The 11th annual UNSTUCK conference. Absolutely amazing. I hope you have been energized, engaged, inspired, motivated to jump over hurdles and every obstacle that comes before you. It's been such an amazing conversation. And what I love every time we have these kind of events is how everything flows. Like, we don't have conversations with each other, but I'm so grateful that the Holy Spirit directs. He directs who he wants to be here. He gives them a message, and that we can have this amazing message. I think today, one of my biggest takeouts is the divergence or the emergence or the connection between marketplace and ministry. I think we've really had that today. And that's what we've always been. We've been people who are marketplace ministers, and we're focused on the marketplace. But I think sometimes we forget, or sometimes we're trying to tone down the Christian part of who we are and bring the marketplace part of us. But today I feel like there's a balance. And I love that God chose the leaders. He did. He chose them. And so we have had conversations that are around marketplace, but also around our ministry assignments and our purpose and our identity and who we are. Really, really, that has been so fascinating, and almost being unapologetically Christian. And I love that. You see, I never check with any speaker what they're going to speak about, because that's not my role. If I was sitting and God said, these are the people who I want to be on UNSTUCK, they come. And so they've spoken some amazing things. They've spoken diverse things. We've seen them overcome barriers. We've seen them changing their business models, breaking the bias is one of the things that Peter Jonjo talked about. I love that Malele handled conversations we don't want to handle, salvation and marriage. And marriage can make up. I'm telling you, marriage can make or break you. And we say we should, when we come into our offices and spaces, we should leave our marriage. You can't leave them. You carry everything. You carry everyone. You carry that marriage. You carry the children. You carry everything that you've been going through into the marketplace. So we cannot avoid these places. I'm so grateful that he talked about, the things that people never talk about, like generational curses or generational problems or generational patterns or generational barriers, that he addressed them, because many people don't. And you're trying to break this barrier by yourself, and you're not even acknowledging that there's a barrier, or if you do, you acknowledge it in private, because you cannot even acknowledge it in the bigger premise of your family, and something is wrong with that. I loved Teresa's story about, she only shared, Teresa can come here, we can do 15 hours with her, because her story is so power-packed of inspiration and of the barriers that she's had to overcome. But at least she was able to share with us today about a systemic barrier that she overcame. And I'm always encouraged that she overcame so that others could overcome. She's actually one of those people who has broken free and allowed others to move on. I think all our speakers have, even Peter, allowing people to do business and to do the things they need to do. So Malele is also inspiring people to put down content like in books and send it to the world and inspire others. And then the panel flowed so well. Our moderator did an absolutely amazing job. Sheila Chipkonga, real big shout out to you. Absolutely amazing. And all our speakers and all our panelists, it's like they flowed so well that was absolutely amazing. I hope you've enjoyed this particular conference. There's a shift coming, so next year, look out for us, because I feel like there's a shift like this. We're going to do things differently. This might not be the format with which we come to you, but I also feel like we're going to vitu kwa ground. We're going to the ground to check what's happening on the ground. We have been here speaking kwa mtandao. We had physical meetings. Now mtandao. Now it's back to the ground. But I think with a very different twist. Back to the ground to meet people where they are at, to solve people's problems by having one-on-one conversations. So pray for me. Pray that we're able to execute what I want us to execute for UNSTUCK 2024. In the meantime, also look out for the 2 masterclasses that we'll have in the year. We're thinking of a theme. I may not share it yet, but there's a theme that is forming around the masterclasses. And we've had really great impact and feedback from the masterclasses. You've really enjoyed them, Janita and Dr. Wale, who we had this past last year. So God bless you. God bless you greatly. I pray that you at least have this content with you forever. You're able to listen to it, you're able to go back, you're able to refer. And if you need to contact us, our numbers are there on the screen. And also if you need to get registered and put on the database, that's also something else that you can do. And share as much as you can with everyone who needs to be reached and impacted by this message. And thank you so much for being with us and being part of our story and being part of our journey. And let us pray. Heavenly Father, we just want to bless you and to love you, to give you praise and give you glory for every single person that is going to watch this now, that is with us live, that is going to watch this in the future. I'm just so grateful that this content will always be there. Father, Lord, we want to break barriers, we want to shatter every limitations we have placed on ourselves, limitations that have stopped us from moving. A lot of the conversations were around access, that these barriers are set up to deny us access. But I love the scripture in Isaiah 45, I think from verse 2 to 3, which says, you will go before us, you will level mountains, you will raise the valleys, you will make the crooked places straight, you will break down gates of bronze, you will cut through bars of iron, to give us treasures and riches you stored for us in secret places. So may that be a reality, Father. It's also Psalm 23, it's the year 2023, but also Psalm 23, which talks about you going before us. You're the shepherd, Lord. You're guiding us. You're walking with us. You know where the pasture is. You know where the danger is. Your rod and your staff, they comfort us. All this is to bring glory to your name. So bring glory to your name. You set a table before us in the presence of our enemies. You anoint our head with oil, and our cup overflows. And goodness and mercy and love are our portion, and we shall dwell with you forever. So, Father, encourage us. Be with us, Lord. I remember I think it's Psalm 126, which talks about that we shall go out crying, but we shall come back carrying back the harvest. May that be a word for someone in the name of Jesus. Everything to do with Joshua's life, Father. He had to step into Moses' shoes. There were such big shoes to fill, but he had his part and he had to play his role. And each and every one of us has our role to play. Father, I pray that you have spoken to us clearly. I think the English say a penny dropped. I just sense that very strongly in my spirit, that you have spoken to us clearly, that you will allow us and give us the nudge that we need to take the steps that we need to break barriers, to overcome every limitation, including ourselves, that is before us, but to shatter every limitation. And because other people have done it and done greater things, we too must be able to do it. I honor you greatly. I bless you greatly. I love you greatly. Thank you for making it possible for us to have the 11th annual UNSTUCK conference. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. God bless you. Mwah.